So Perceptual Ambiguity V1.0 with Amir. I'm not even going to attempt your last name because I'm just going to destroy it. Can you pronounce it?
Yeah, we can leave it and continue with Amir. It's Fakhrghasemi. It's really difficult to pronounce. Yeah, just say Amir is enough.
Yeah, so 3D Max, our first 3D Max webinar, the old dog, as they say, right? The original. Really excited for this one. 3D Max and tyFlow plugin. Kind of refreshing look at 3D Max, I think. And there'll be so the course is 5+ hours. It can go over, obviously. It probably will. Usually does. There obviously is a recording. Always, all information can always be here on the website, right? So if you cannot attend, recording, whatever, 60 days recording, just check the website. So Amir is a master's level architect and designer with great enthusiasm for the incorporation of technology into design practices. He's been working as an architectural designer for more than 7 years, collaborating with architecture firms on multi-scale projects. In the recent few years, he is mainly focused on the investigation and research of organic shapes, responsive design, and computational workflows. Through these studies, he has explored and experienced various computer software and tools to develop unique design principles. So without further ado, I'm going to give it over to you. Before you start, I just want to mention to everyone that is here, you should have had an email sent to you. If not, check your spam, and if not, I'll even post it here again, link to the files that Amir has graciously provided us. Make sure if you want to chat that you switch the to box to everyone. If it defaults host to panelist, you'll only be writing to me and Amir. No one else will be able to see it. If you have any questions, please use the Q&A button. It's with all the other Zoom buttons. There's a Q&A button. That's the easiest place for us to keep track of questions and answer them for you. And for you, Amir, just want to say, when you start actually teaching, it's usually best to turn your camera off. This way the video is good. So yeah, give it over to you now.
Thank you, Michael. That was a really great introduction. And let me share my screen.
And I'm here the whole time if you need me.
Thank you. Okay, hello guys. I'm really happy to see you all here, even virtually, and good afternoon from here in Tehran, and good morning or good night whenever you are looking. And I want to say my warmest thanks to all Design Morphine members to manage to prepare this session, and also thanks you all guys to come and make this session possible. Basically, I prepared a quick plan for our today's session. And let me check something before it started, if I can see. Yeah, that's perceptual ambiguity. And we have 3 main parts: polygonal modeling, particle system, and corona rendering. Through polygonal modeling, we are first have a look to form finding techniques, which with these form finding techniques, I mean using different 3ds Max modifier to manage our design and get initial understanding of 3ds Max workflow. Of course, we have take a look at 3ds Max interface and how we can orbit, move, or draw basic shapes. And after that, we have this form making. In the form making stage, we are going to take a look at this project that I used for ads of this webinar, and we can see how we can model something like this. And then we are going to have our particle part, which is more interesting. That's a totally perceptual workflow in 3ds Max with tyFlow plugin. Basically, it's a node-based plugin, which means we have a canvas, and we can put all operators and nodes in this canvas to work with them. And yeah, after that we have the rendering part. Maybe we can divide this rendering part into different parts. First after polygonal modeling, and the last one after particle systems. So that's totally all we are going to cover today. And yeah, let's start. Let me to put it like what you have already. Once you open 3ds Max, you have a scene like this, and I can stop sharing my video to avoid any internet problem. Let me stop my video. Yeah. So this is a 3D Max interface at the first look. We have 4 views: top, front, perspective, and the left views. And we have some toolbars at the top and here in the right side. And of course, a timeline at the bottom. Your timeline should be like 100 frame, like this. Yeah. The first thing that I like to mention you is how we can maximize one of these views. I can move around these views by click on them, and I want to maximize this perspective view. Here is small sign. You can click here and use this maximize viewport to have scene like this. You see, guys? Or you can do it again to minimize it and have something like this. So also hotkeys are really important for us in any 3D software. Hotkeys have a key role. I mean, to have a good manage on your design and your software, you should definitely use hotkeys. I already prepared a Word file for you, which is all 3ds Max important hotkeys. And for this maximize and minimize, we have something like press Alt, hold on, and press W. You see, guys? Come here, for example, in front view, hold Alt and press W, then it's gonna be maximized. Or here in perspective, the same way. Yeah. Here you can find all important hotkeys like this Alt plus W for maximize viewport toggle. And the next important item for us is the software unit. Basically, in 3ds Max, you can call any tools, any command, and any object you need by searching. Press X, and this search box is going to show up to you. Again, press X, use this search box, and I like to type unit setup. Yeah, we have this unit setup, and we can modify our units. I would prefer to work with centimeters, and of course you can work with any unit that you like. So with the same rationale, we can draw a geometry. For example, I can press X, type a box, and yeah, start to drawing a box. Press left click, hold on, and draw its section. I mean its length and weight, and then release the left click and draw its height. Yeah, 3D Max has this way of drawing objects. And of course, we have a create panel here and a sub panel called geometry, that you have a menu of all geometries that you can draw in 3D Max, different categories with different objects, standard primitives, extended primitives, and rest. You can going around them in your own, and you can find a lot of really perfect videos on YouTube that understand all these categories in details. But because we have a limited time, I just gonna show you workflows, not gonna cover all single parameters here. So I can come here in create geometry and draw in a box like the previous one. You see? And sorry. And for some reason, I don't like to see these colorful objects. I prefer to have the same color for all my objects. I can change my viewport to display mode and make everything something like this, a reddish color. Or I can do anything else. I can back to default shading here and press M, which is for my material editor. Yeah, press M, and this is my material editor. And we have some categories like materials, maps, controls. And in these materials, if you already install Corona rendering, you would have this Corona. Before that, make sure to come here in rendering, render setup. And yeah, here at the command list, you have something like assign render, and put your assign render in Corona. I mean, there is a bunch of different rendering engines. If you have a V-Ray, you can say V-Ray here, and some other 3ds Max, nature, 3ds Max default rendering engines like Arnold, Artrender, and rest. So here you should have a Corona before putting Corona here, and select, for example, Corona from the list and OK it to have Corona render in your production. And then you can save as default to put Corona your default render engine for next times that you open 3ds Max. Yeah. Let me check if any question. No. So I press M to open material editor and come here, materials, Corona, and put Corona material here, simple Corona material, and assign it like this to my object, or I can click here and use, there is, select the object, and there is a icon, assign material to selection. And my material gonna put on this object, and I can change color like this. And let's do some modify on our boxes. Let me delete this one. We have a box like this, and I want to access to its modify. There is another icon which is modify, and coming here you can see length, weight, and height. Any object has its own modifiers. I mean, for example, if I had a sphere here, let's draw a sphere. Yeah. So obviously radius doesn't have something like weight and length, but it has a radius. I mean, it's a nature parameter of any geometry. For example, box introduced with length, weight, and height, and a sphere gonna have a radius. For example, if you draw a cylinder, let me, if any problem, no. For example, if I draw a cylinder, so it has its own modifier again, radius and height, and it is accordingly to these geometries. And there is nothing same for all objects. Each object has its own parameters. Yeah, it is really obvious. So let me delete these two and still remain with our box. Come here. I like to change these parameters, like give it a different weight and different length, and of course more height. Well, something like this. And it is a box, but it is a mesh also. I mean, any single object in 3ds Max is a mesh. 3ds Max is a mesh-based software. So everything you draw here is a mesh. To access to mesh panels, which is really important for editing meshes, we can press F4. Yeah, you see, guys? Once I press F4, we have something like edge faces here. And definitely I can see my meshes panels. As probably all you know, each geometry in mesh has different panels, and these panels make like let's say a geometry in mesh-based softwares. And I can increase and decrease this number of panels. Maybe I have only one meshes. On one panel, I can't decrease this. So I can increase the number of my panels, like 12, 12, and 12. Yeah. Now I have more panels, which means my geometry gonna be smoother. As long as it is a box, I can't see any difference. I mean, apart from its panels, there is nothing understandable in its shape. But if I put another modifier like this twist, yeah, come here. This is our modify list. All 3ds Max modifier are here. I can looking for modifier that I want to use, or again, press X and type. It's much easier. Yeah? For example, this twist and give it angle. You see, guys? If, for example, I had less, if I had a less segments, then it was really rigid and not really smooth. So the more segments I have, the smoother shape I would have. And yeah, this is a rationale of behind these segments. So it is our base geometry with this twist. I back here in twist, and let's see what is twist parameters. I have something like angle, twist axis, and its limits. I will make this, yeah, you can see, I can make it change this gizmo like this, and of course make a limit effect. For example, a upper limit on 100. Let's see, that's too much. Yeah, with limit effect, I can limit this twist position in a certain place of my geometry. And of course I can move it. But it is still seems are not really perfect. And let me put it on clay view. Yeah, it's gonna show us much better. And I can add another modifier here. Press X, add turbo smooth. And you see, my geometry is much smoother right now. Turbo Smooth basically makes more subdivision in our geometry. And if you are familiar with Grasshopper, Turbo Smooth works like Catmull Clark in Weaverbird. I mean, it's a subdivision technique and have a rationale like Grasshopper, Grasshopper, Weaverbird, Catmull Clark. You see, increase the number of segments and panels. So we have a smoother shape. In Catmull Clark, we have a limitation iteration like 3, but here is not any limitation, but bear in mind, if you go over a certain number, then you would crash because it makes a lot of your file heavier. So maybe for this example, I will stay on this number 2, and let me make a copy of it. Yeah, I put a copy here. And I want to show you another modifier. Basically, you don't have these panels here. I mean, you can bring out those frequent use modifiers out of the list and put here like these icons. To do so, you have this configure modifier sets, and make sure use configure modifier sets. Bring those are more useful for you to this list, and then you can put it here. For example, for me, a modifier called edit poly and this symmetry are useful, and some others. So I already put them here. I mean, For example, edit poly is here. I bring it here and then OK, and just make sure to enable these show buttons. Yeah. And I want to add this symmetry. And symmetry is basically, and make sure Turbo Smooth gonna be the last modifier in your modifier stack. We call this box modifier stack and show us the order of our modifiers. So I put symmetry before Turbo Smooth. Yeah, this is the way that we are gonna use them. And I see some, problem with mesh surfaces here. So to solve this, I back here after bugs, I need to put edit poly, and yeah, it's also edit poly is the most useful 3ds Max modifier, and we are going to do many things with this. But here we just use it for, remesher. Make all normalized mesh in a perfect order to avoid those problems with mesh panels. If I turn off edit poly, you can see here we have some problems. You see, guys? And once I turn it on, the problem gonna solve. Yeah, and everything here is perceptual. I can back here and add more twists without any changes in our symmetry, and or back here in symmetry and yeah, move it like it is. Let me make another copy. And here I like to add another modifier, which is melt. And how many of these parametric modifiers we have? That's a question. Yeah, let me show you guys. If you right click here, we have something like show all sets in list. Without show all sets in list, we don't have any clue what is modifiers work, how these modifiers work. But make sure to turn on show all sets in list. Then you have some submenu of each of these particles list, and here in parametric modifiers you can see all those modifiers are perceptual. They work nothing with mesh topology, so you can use them in a perceptual way. And a bit later I will show you what does mean a mesh topology. So for now I have these lists of parametric modifiers, which means I can add them in a order and then move around them. So I add this melt, give it a certain number, and yeah, melt basically melt an object. Yeah? But I want to use it for deform my shape like this, for example, and it has a different solidity. And there's nothing really special with this solidity. I would prefer to put it on plastic and then use its gizmo to again limit its effect. You see, guys, I can put it whenever I like with a limited certain position. And it has different axes to see how different axes work. You see, let me back to X to Z axis. Yeah, this is another way that I like to change my shape. Maybe this one is nicer. And again, I can add edit poly and add another symmetry here. See, to make different more changes on its shape, on its how it looks like. Or And basically, I use W for move them. You see, that's move. E is for rotate, and R is for scale. This symmetry plan doesn't work anything with scale, but you can use W for move it and E for rotate it. And the rationale of symmetry, if you are already works with Grasshopper, is like mirror cut mesh. I mean, in Pufferfish, mirror cut mesh have same rationale. And here we have this symmetry like many other softwares. And yeah, this is our result after 1-2 symmetries and a few modifiers. And by these examples, I wanted to show you how 3ds Max modifiers rationale works. I already prepared more examples of this sort for you. Let me put them aside. And you already have these files. You can open them and see what I put and playing around numbers and make different results out of this rationale of workflow. I mean, it is a basic, these are basic geometries, but full of worth mentioning point to understand 3ds Max modifier stack behavior. Let me see if any question. And yeah, this is our first example. Maybe you like to work with these mesh, mesh subdivision and make different patterns for them. That's another point that you can work around. And I will show you how you can work with these mesh panels a bit later in next example. But for now, just this. And let me save this file and open the next file. Yeah. That was how 3ds Max modifiers work. And right now I want to do something more manual, not like those parametric modifiers, but use polygonal techniques to make this geometry. And I don't want to follow all the steps as the same of this one. I want to show you the rationale of design this process and the logic I used for designing, not only just have a reference and do everything like previous reference, because it's really boring to bring a reference for you and drawing everything same as previous one. So there is one important point. If you have only a geometry as a result, it's not really enough, because in a real world we have whether a client, a university professor, or some colleagues that we should ask their opinion about our design and then imply possible changes in our design. So if we have only this final geometry, how we can do changes? And it's really hard to make changes if we want to stay with a final result. It is really important, it is really important for us to have some sort of steps like this. Then we can back in different steps and do the changes according our client or co-workers' opinions. And if I open this file to you guys, you can see this is again those modifier stack rationale. I mean, I put some edit poly and symmetry and turbo smooth in order to design our geometry. So we need to work with edit poly here, and let's do for these three first steps as this geometry, and then we want to add some freedom and flexibility to our work process. But for the three first steps, I will continue with this shape to get initial understanding of polygonal modeling workflow. So I select this one, right click and make sure to hide unselected. Yeah, right now I have just this one in my C. And press press W to move it. Yeah, like this. And I can back, turn this modifier on or off. Oops. To back in my modifier list. Basically, I had something like this. And I want to mention something for you first. Consider I have a plan. Let me make a color again like the last time. Come here in materials, use this Corona material, put it here, and yeah, give this color to the geometry. And I would add edit poly here and use a polygon. You see, guys, I can move it like it is, or its edge, which stand for these segments, and vertices, which is for these, let's say, points of geometry. And doing this process we call custom geometry. I mean, changes the panel shapes, and it's not a procedural process. I mean, if I want back to back to plan, if I want to back to plane and add more segments, then yeah, do edit poly and back here, and 3D Max give me an error. That set modifier exists in the stack that depends on topology. Changing parameters may have undesirable effects. And it's mean if you back to this plane and do any change, you see, it's gonna have undesirable effect, which means it deform our shape. And the reason is that all vertices, all panels in 3ds Max have a certain number. Although as a user, we cannot see the numbers of these vertices, but they have, let's say, a certain number in machine mind. So if I back here in plane and change the number, for example, it's a vertex number 4, for example. And if I add more segments, it is still vertices number 4, but their position in the object gonna change, and it's unpredictable somehow for us. So 3ds Max mentioned us that there is undesirable effect on your geometry. So bear in mind, after changing this mesh topology, you can back and change the number of segments or the number of segments. But I can go further and, for example, add another turbo smooth here to make more panels, and there is not error because this turbo smooth is after edit poly. It is the rational 3ds Max work. Even I can add a symmetry here again. There isn't any problem because obviously symmetry is after this edit poly. And yeah, there is no any problem with this polygonal array. Yeah, that was a rationale that I like to mention you. So back here, I said for 3 first steps, I'm gonna do exactly like we already have. So I draw a box, press X, type box. And I want to have a box almost in the same scale as it is. So let me draw a box here. Come to modifier and put it on only 1 segments in each side. Have something like this. Maybe a bit rotated. Yeah. And put it here just to get familiar with these edit poly toolbars. I want to make it as these sources, as this source. So I put box here, and then I would add edit poly here and select this polygon, press W for move it, put it like this, Right now, it's really hard to see my box in this shape. So I select my reference geometry and press Alt and X to make it transparency. Alt and X, you see guys. And back here, select the box, come to this edit poly, select a polygon here, move it like this. And you see this polygonal normal is different with this coordinate system. We call it coordinate system in 3ds Max in something like Rhino Gumball, but here we called it, yeah, coordinate system. And to change these X, Y, Z axis according the surface position, I can come here. We have something like this local, and yeah, the name of these arms, these axes are not really important for us, but we work with this direction. I mean, it's nothing with Z axis. Actually, it's this polygon normal. You see, guys? Right now, I'm in the normal of this polygon. And I can press Alt and right click to change them with these, yeah, with this right click toolbar. And move it like this, put it here, and I can take an edge here, move it like this, according my reference. For these two or three first part, it's a bit boring to just follow a reference, but it helps you to get understanding of these polygonal techniques, and then we have more freedom and more interesting way of manipulate our geometry. But stay with me at these 2 or 3 first steps to see how we can control our polygons, our vertices and edges. So I have a faster way to move among between vertices, edges, polygons, and rest. If I press 2, it comes to edges. If I press 1, it comes to vertices. I mean numbers, number 1, number 2, number 4 for polygon, and number 5 for elements. I press number 4, yeah, to back to polygon, and press number 2 for edges. This is a much faster way to move around these different, yeah, subtools. And let me back to polygon by number 4 and use this extrude it again, and again move it like this, yeah, and another extrude, and put it here. Yeah, so far so easy. And I like to see the next level of our design. Turn on another edit poly, and you would see we have something like this here. Bear in mind, after turbo smooth, this shape gonna be much smoother. But yeah, before this turbo smooth, we have some low poly object like this. And for redrawing, I would stay with this low poly. And I would add another edit poly because we want to have everything procedural. I mean, we can't go in bottom of edit poly, but we can have several edit poly to make sure that everything are procedural. I mean, we can back after adding one of them. So I want to add a segment here like this. For doing so, I can use an icon here called Swift Loop. I mean, when you are in box, you don't have anything here. But when you come to edit poly, there is a modeling toolbar and have some icons. I use this Swift Loop icon and adding some edges here and here and here according my base shape, and maybe another should be here. And yeah, for now, just this. Back here, come to edges, select this edge, or maybe we need another edge here. Yeah. Another edge here. Select this edge, move it like this, and another edge here. Back to this view coordinate system. Move it like this. And here I would add another loop. And I believe in many softwares we have something like this edit poly. I mean, in Maya, Blender, and even in Rhino sub D, we have some rationale like these. And it's how 3ds Max work with meshes panels. And another swift loop here. You would see that we have two sorts of loop. These, let's say, these horizontal and these vertical. If I want to have a horizontal loop, then I can stay on a vertical edge. But if I have a vertical edge, I can stay on these horizontal edges. You see, this is how our loop is vertical, and this is how our loop is horizontal. And yeah, let's see to one further step. I want to add this arm, this leg maybe, and come here, select these two only polygon, and I want to have edge here, not hold the object, but only on these two polygon. So I have something like slice plan, turn it on and put it in, you see, this is our slice plan. And the edge that we can make on these two selected polygon. I would put it here. And then use this slice and see. Let me get rid of a slice plan. Turn it off. Yeah. And I have these two separately. So I can use the local, move it like this. And here, then press 1, back to vertices, select this vertex, maybe like this. Yeah. You see, guys? Then back to polygon by number 4 and do the same process, extrude the arm like this, put it here, another extrusion. Let's put here, and I need to rotate it, press E for rotate. Yeah, and move it like here. Maybe I need to have something like this previous one still. So I move it here and yeah, have this base polygon like this. I would do more changes after drawing all these paths. So select these two polygon and go one further ahead. Put it here. Back to edges. Stay with me for this part, and then we have more fun. Yeah. We have a segment here which was not in my demand. I mean, I don't like to have this small edge here, so I can come to vertices, select these vertex, select these vertices, and yeah, and remove them. Or yeah, I can weld these two together, select these two vertices and use weld. Yeah, do the same for all these two vertices and use the weld to have only one edge here. And now I can select this edge and this edge and put it here. Again, back to polygon, select these two polygon, extrude, and move it like this. And yeah. And another extrude. And move it like here. Let's see if you have, yeah, that's fine. Just need to a bit move these edges, bring it like here, and these vertices, move it here. And of course, we have a snap toggle to snap these vertices to have much better control on them. Press S, which stands for this snap. It's our snap toggle. We have like vertex, endpoint, and midpoint on, and the rest is off. And we have snap toggle for angle. For now, I want to use this snap toggle and press S to turn it on or off. You see, it's on and it's off with press S. We also have this in our, select, a snap toggle with this S key. And move it like this. And this one like here. And again, press S, move it, and put it here. And if we have two vertices are near each other and I want to make sure that I have this snap for toggle, I mean, I can lock our selection, press space, and we have something like lock selection. I mean, this lock selection, and then you can't select any other object. Our selection has locked on this vertex and its icon here. You see, press space, lock selection, and make sure to put our vertices here, and then turn this lock selection off and move it as it is. And another one here. And again, use these polygons, extrude it in a certain amount, put it here. And another extrude, put it at the end, press E to rotate it, and move it here. Select this vertex, put it like this, and select this edge, move it here, and this edge here. And I can add some swift loop again for here and here. I believe I can select this vertex, copy its Z number. Each vertex in the 3ds Max space have certain x, y, and z number. So I can copy this z and put it here to have these two vertices in same level. And for this one also, I can copy this z number and paste here. Yeah, this one is perfect now. Basically, then I want to add this shape here. So I select this edge and move it like it is. And again, we have something like selection and use snap toggle to put it here and move it like this. And another edge, select it, move it like here. So simple, but somehow takes time, this initial stage, to draw according our base geometry. But it is also useful to get familiar with moving and working around these edges, vertex, and polygons. Yeah, I can move it here and have something like our base example. Maybe here I need to do some changes. Yeah, it should be here. And then if I add a turbo smooth, sorry, turbo smooth, you can see almost same result. Let me move it here and turn turbo smooth for this one and press Alt X. Almost the same result between these two. Let me change the color and I can, I pressed M and add this material. See, maybe I can still work a bit with these vertices here. Yeah, I turned these vertices because I have this vertex, because I have this turbo smooth. We have a lot of vertex here and it seems almost impossible to change it, but we have this showcase. Yeah, this showcase icon to access our previous vertices position, or I can use this toggle to turn turbo smooth off in our scene. I mean, just we can see this stage result, but if we use this toggle, we only see the final result of our modifier stack. So I can select this vertex and maybe with or this edge, work around it and see how it's working. This is the way that we can go over a reference, a 3D reference. And let's see the next level. The next level is almost same. So to don't waste our time, I would go with this one. But so I can back and use this edit poly. Do you have my voice? Great. Great. So I want to delete a polygon here. Thank you guys. Delete this one and see. Without any polygon here, we have a straight section here. And of course, for these two other ends, Yeah, like the previous example. And it's really boring to do again a similar workflow for this one. So I will continue with this geometry and only add this. Let me turn the smooth off and only add another symmetry here. So we're gonna end up with something like this after doing a similar process for two arms and then add a symmetry. And with using this turbo smooth, we have something like this. Yeah. Let me for a second unheat the rest process and use this one. But I'm not sure. No, I don't need this one. I can make a copy of it, put it here or here. Yeah. And let me delete the rest process because I don't want to follow everything like the previous one. Just have it as, sorry, just have it as a reference and do the design in our own, because it's really, it's not the way I design the process. I mean, we never have a previous example and follow the sources, but I want to design and with use these polygonals and toolbars. So I delete the references and just have it as, yeah, as a role model, but not using it in the way that I previously used. I mean, put it here, you see. So I want to have some shapes like it, but I don't have to totally go over this one. Just maybe give some more stages. Yeah, this is the next stages of our design. Maybe I can come here. That was geometry and it was shapes, and it is shapes. Come to shapes and use a line. Draw a line here, for example. I want to have some references for my geometry. Put a line here and another line here. And yeah, basically I want to use these references to have a clue of their distance to each other. And make a copy, put it here. And let's see what I can do next. Basically, I add a turbo smooth, but with only one iteration to have more divided in our geometry. The more divided we have, the more control we would have in our geometry. I mean, we don't have that much control in this place with only one edge, but after a turbo smooth, we have more polygons, more panels to work around. So let's continue. Add another edit poly just after this turbo smooth. Select edges, select these border edges, and I want to have only this border. I can use this border icon and click here, and then press Ctrl and back to edge. So it selects these borders, but back to edge subtool in this way. So let's see how it looks like. Yeah. I can press Shift and move it like it, and another move. I want to have some S-shape movements like this. Maybe something like this, and I want to get rid of these edges and have only this loop. So press Alt and you can unselect those edges and move it like this, and maybe select this one, get rid of, with press Alt, get rid of those edges and select the loop to rotate it like this. And yeah, let me see, I can add another loop here and another here. Do you always start modeling in polygon and then apply toolbox mode to create smooth, or is there a different workflow to achieve that? No, I have a similar workflow in every single design. I mean, design with a locally. That's a famous techniques in many softwares. Design with locally and then add turbo smooth to make it smoother. Even if you think in Grasshopper, when you use a different, let's say, components, usually the VWorld cat marker is the last component in your algorithm. I mean, you change a mesh and then put this turbo smooth, or in case of Grasshopper, put that cat marker to see your results. As I know you have a background in Grasshopper, I say it with a Grasshopper example to get better understanding of what's going to happen here. And even I can, let's save it for a moment and show some of my previous works to you in a really quick way, because we don't have that much time to, and we have a lot of things to cover. Let's see if I can sort by date before. Let's see, do I have, yeah. For example, look at this. Another example. It takes a second. Yeah. Again, we have a locally model, and then add this open subdiv. Open subdiv is also like turbo smooth. There is not difference, but open subdiv is visually, but I mean, you can see divided mesh with this open subdiv, but if you put a turbo smooth, you can also see the real subdivision. I mean, with same iteration, I put, for example, turbo smooth on 3 iteration. You can see the result with the real mesh panels, but by using this open subdiv, you can only see the result without those real subdivisions. In many cases, I follow same process. So let me back to our work. Let me, anytime, bro. I believe in the website we mentioned how you can access the video after the class, so we can continue, and yeah, we can either ask after the class about accessing to video. So guys, I'm here. I want to continue my work. Just make sure to have a same polygons, not exact same, but almost the same polygons, behavior polygons, let's say array into our shapes, because I don't want to follow 100% our reference and have more freedom to do some extra changes. Yeah, do a few shift and move. I press shift and move to expand my edges. You can see, hold shift and move it to like this, expand edges, and press E for rotate. Yeah, like this, and W for move again. Put it here and put it like this. Press E, rotate it like this, and yeah, press Alt to deselect, and something like this for this part. W for move, and yeah, put it here and make it again straight away. Maybe I need add another loop here. I'm not sure that I want to have a loop here or not. Maybe a bit like this. And after that, I can again add another symmetry. Make sure that is in the same position as our previous symmetry. So yeah, put it like here. So we have two different parts of our symmetry. I mean, there is a symmetry before turbo smooth and again another symmetry after adding turbo smooth, because I use this turbo smooth not only for make our shape smoother, but also use this turbo smooth to have more panels to work around with them. So I use these two turbo smooth, or I can delete this second one and select this symmetry and move it. Yeah, or no, it's that was better to add another symmetry like this. Yeah, and add another edit poly before this symmetry, of course. Select these edges. Let's see. Yeah, this two one also. And move it. Sorry, I don't want this one. And move it like this to have extrusion here. I can put another turbo smooth to see our result. How it's look like. And back here in edit poly, turn this turbo smooth off for now. Select edges. And yeah, a similar workflow. Maybe I can press All, which is a scale. If my pronunciation is not correct, it's All. Select and scale. And yeah, scale it. If I want to make it straight away, you see guys, before this scale, it has some sharp corner here. And with this scale, I can make it straight. And then I would add this connection between these two parts, or first add this shape. I mean, select this edge, or maybe this edge, and move it in local axis. Now, and these two one, and move it like this. Maybe I don't want to be like this. I want to have more here and also here. And again, I want to select this loop in another way. We have something like this loop icon. Select one edge and then use this loop icon to select all of them. Let's see if can I do something like this? No, I would prefer to leave it as it is. and then use these two polygons, move them, and these two polygons, use this view and move like this. Let's see if I want to have something here as well. And maybe something like this. And I can back to this clay mode. If your eyes get, get annoying with these colors, you can put in this clay mode, which is, I believe, a bit better for our eyes. And let me turn this toolbox mode off and see if I want to copy this HZ number and paste here. And also for this H, copy this Z and should, let's see, and paste here. Let me select them. And see the result. I can still use this cage if I want to move them a bit more and less. You see, we have totally in charge of changing the positions. And also for these edges as well, if I want to select the edge here and make it a bit thicker, like this. And let's see our reference. How was it? A bit different, maybe totally different, but as I said, I don't want to go over this one exactly. But if you want to, for example, you come here and you see there is a difference and you don't like it, you can easily turn this edit poly off and use another edit poly to redraw. But it is good for me. Let's turn turbo smooth off and select the swift loop here. Select this polygon and this one and these two one and make a bridge like this. You see, after turbo smooth, we would have some connection between these two parts, and I can another swift loop to make them a bit stronger in these borders. I mean, sharpen borders with adding edges. Let me show you in a box, which is more understandable. We have a box like this. If I add a turbo smooth, then we have a totally a smoother shape. But if I put swift loop, you see, adding a loop can make these borders rigid and stronger and sharpen. There is a question. Let's see. Is this form can be created by Rhino as well? It is a 3ds Max class, but I believe you can do anything but by any software, and it backs to your, your abilities and your strength points. If you are happier with Rhino, definitely you can put these items in Rhino in your own. But I believe 3ds Max is old dog and has like 20 years to develop these edit poly toolbars. Consider Rhino sub-D is a small, very young, is still very young, and it has a limited sub-tools still. It is really awesome, but maybe it needs a bit more years to develop more icons, I mean more access and more toolbars. But 3ds Max already, 3ds Max, Maya, and those Autodesk softwares already have a lot of toolbars and modifiers to change your geometry. Yeah. Anytime, bro. And this is the way edges work to make a sharpen edge, sharpen borders. So I add two edges here to make it, yeah, sharpen. And again, let's have a look at our next stage. Here we have some connections between these two geometry. Let's do it. I mean, let's add these connections. Maybe let's, yeah. How I can turn it off, I'm not sure. Maybe I should say it. Yeah, great. And yeah, I want to make a connection between these two here. Use a bridge like this. And let's see another here maybe. And bridge like this. And I need to add this shape over there. Right now we have all the items from a humble box. I mean, if you remember, we have a base box and do everything from that simple box. So I can add another shapes also in our geometry. Let me draw another box. For example, here, and move it here. Let me make sure have the same color, although we are in clay mode and we can't see colors, but I like to have same color. And yeah, add another edit poly. For edit poly, I can add some more segments. Back here, use these vertices. Basically, I want to attach these two together. Back here in edit poly, add another edit poly. You can change these names to make everything clear for yourself. For example, I name it attach. This attach would work for, yeah, all of these sub-selections off, and we have attach here. And I can attach these two boxes together. And with element, I can select it separately. You see. And back to, for example, vertices. Move these vertices to fill out all these empty spaces here. So fun, so easy. And I can't do it here because it's a symmetry, it's a fake. I mean, consider, guys, we have a symmetry and all things are this part. I mean, there are just a mirror of this left part. I mean, we can't do any changes in maybe these left parts, and I do changes in left part and it's automatically implied to, yeah, the other part. For example, put it here, add another swift loop here. or another one here, and select these vertices, move them. So easy. Oops, my bad. Make sure to select the right objects that you want. I can back to edges by press 2 and yeah, move it like it. So then I can back to polygons, select these polygons, give it a bit height like this, or I can check this example. Basically I can select all the top polygons, use this by angle, and by angle you have a selection mode, helps you to select all the same angle polygons. For example, if I use by angle here, let's back to polygon. Then you see, because this angle is on 45, a lot of polygons has been selected. I can back it like 12 angle, and then you see the limited effects, the limited polygons has selected. Oops. And yeah, here I want to say all of them and move it like this. And then press R to scale them somehow like this. And maybe that's too much. Like here and here. And back to these edges, select it. Make sure that we cover all the symmetry edges. And then I can turn this polygon off. And let's see what we already selected in the example. Yeah. It's our reference, and I don't want to really follow all the reference. Somehow I can use these polygons. And move it. Then I can add another shift loop here and another one. Yeah. Then we need to make connections between these two geometries, like these two together. Yeah. And I can use this bridge, and it has a seating. I can add a segment in our bridge, and then back to edges, select this edge, use this loop to select this edge and move it like it is. Let's see how we can make it a bit tidy. Maybe this one is better. And check it with Turbo Smooth. We have something like this. And I can back one stage. Yeah, turn this Turbo Smooth off again. Select these 3 parts. Let's make some changes. For example, extrude them this time. Or I can move it and select this vertex. This is the vertex. Yeah. And I can have something like this here. And I would select this one, move it like this to have it like it is. And back to edit poly, maybe I would add, maybe I would add another edit poly after this attach and another shift loop here. Add a bridge between these two. Oops, it's too much. Maybe between this one and then bridge. Yeah, it's much better. Add another edge here. Move it like it is. A funny result. And what if I want to have it a bit, have more thicker, have more thickness? I can use a chamfer. Let's see how chamfer works here. Yeah, this is the way chamfer gonna help us to have a thickness here. You see, guys? And maybe, yeah, maybe I can do something like this. Let's add a shift loop here. Select this vertex, move it like this. Yeah. To have more thickness here. And even put it here. Still too high. Maybe I like to have like this. And let's toolbox move off. Select these two edges. Move it like this. And see the result. Or even I can use this vertex. So this is what we have so far. It's a bit different with this example, but it is still fine. I want to add one to loop here. Maybe I should select this vertex, move it, yeah. So let's see. Yeah. And add a loop. Another loop maybe here. To have several divide. And yeah, make some new connection between, maybe that's too much. A loop here, another one here, and another one here. Select this polygon and this one, for example, or this one and this one, bridge them. I want to see what one is better. Yeah, this one is better. And I can again select these polygons and make a connection between them and decrease its thickness. Yeah. And select these edges, use this connect, maybe this time 2 connections here and 2 connections here. And use this polygon, make a bridge between, let's see, between this bridge, between this arm and this shape. You see, something like this. So let's start from here. Maybe these two. Maybe this one with this. Let's see. This one with this. There is some problems. It has intersect, and somehow I'm gonna fix it. This bridge has its own setting. Open it. We have something here like use specific polygons. Ask me for first and second polygon. Choose it as a first polygon and this one as a second polygon, and then we have a clean bridge between them, and there is no problem anymore. And shall I add another one? I'm not sure because we have something here also. Maybe, maybe I leave it as it is, or a connection between these two. Let's see the result. Funny, that's too fun. And I want another connection between this previous edge, this edge with this geometry. I mean, we had 2 different arms, if you remember, this arm and this one, and all these connection with the first leg or arm. And I want to add another connection between this geometry and the second leg or arm. Yeah, make a bridge here. Apparently, it has no problem. Let's check it with our reference. In the reference, it is a bit different, but it's not really important how the reference was. Maybe in reference, we have something like this and another swift loop here. Move it like this and put it like it is. And then we can see some of our results. I want to add another part for this empty position here. So let's do it together. Make sure to press Ctrl S after every minute, after a few minutes, to save your file. Also, 3D Max has this customized preference, and and you can mention to make autosave for you in after certain amount of time. Let me find this. Let me show you where is this autosave. Yeah, this auto backup. Sorry, I said autosave, but it is auto backup. If you enabled it, and you can say it in how many minutes it makes another auto backup for you. But in those scenes that are really heavy, for example, you have a lot of trees, a lot of samples, cars, and other objects, using this auto backup takes really time to do. After, for example, after every 5 minutes, it wants to make an auto backup, and it's really boring. So I don't use this auto backup, and I try to remember to do it manually by press Ctrl and S. And yeah, add another box and decrease these like this. Add another edit poly. And what I want to do now is attach our shape with our main shape with this new box. Back here in edit poly, I can add another edit poly called it attach. Change the name to attach 02, and yeah, pick this simple box and turn this turbo smooth off. Select edges and keep continue to do a partially similar workflow. Maybe I like to make a connection between these two. So yeah, select these edges, this one, and this. And let me put it here and select all of them to make a connection. And then another swift loop here. So I can select these two edges. Or select this polygon. Maybe I should put it a bit like this. And select these two polygons. Extrude them. Yeah. And use these vertices. Put it here. And again, select my polygons, extrude them, and do it one more time. If I use this plus sign, it makes another extrude exactly like the previous one, like this, and then use this check to make it okay. And then I can change these vertices position to cover all, to cover all this empty space. Yeah. I assume I need one more loop here. Select these vertices, move it like this. Or I can select this one, put it here, and this one here. Yeah. Maybe another swift loop here and cover this empty space as well. So make them a bit cleaner. And yeah, this is like as it is. And let's have a bit cheaty to look at this one. Sorry, guys. Yeah, let's continue and do some. Yeah, I want to do some cheaty, see what we do before. Yeah, you see, add some extra bridge and extra part here, which makes it more complex and more, you see, maybe say more beautiful. I can select all these polygons, move them like this, make sure. We have a few intersect here. I can turn this turbo smooth off, and this vertex should come out of it. Press F3 to have a wireframe view, and yeah, select these all, and sorry, I want to have not any problem, so I'm looking to see if there is any intersection, so solve it and make it cleaner. It's a bit sort of maybe boring, but it's worth to take time to make sure your object is enough clean. Yeah, like this, and let's check it one more time. Yeah, you see, I want to have this space between these two parts. And then back here, select these polygons. Maybe I can again move this vertex and move it to top. Let's see. Oh, that's good. I can still add Swift loop. And let's see. Yeah. Let's make it like a bit different level. This one like this. And these two or three like this a bit. Yeah. In different steps, which makes it more interesting to start from 0 and gradually go upper. Instead of extrude all polygons together, we would have these different steps. And again, we need to copy this vertex number, paste here. I will do it a bit more faster to avoid you get. Yeah. With doing it faster, we have enough time to cover the much more in particles system, which is also really interesting. Let me put it as it is. Let's see. Still, it should be a bit like this. add this one a bit higher. Ah, this time is a bit better. And I want to make again a connection between these two. So select, for example, this one or add another loop here. Select this one. And where should I bridge it? Yeah, I need to have more segments here. So add another more edges on this one. Ah, you see, guys, I can use a connection instead of Swift loop to don't go more these edges over the other panels parts. Right now I have these edges in the whole shapes, so I can Control Z, select these edges, this one, and all is beauties of quad meshes. We have this much of control as long as we have quad meshes. We have also triangular meshes or n-gon meshes. With using n-gon meshes or triangular meshes, you can't work this much of killing. I mean, with those, let's say with those triangular meshes or n-gon meshes, you have a lot of problems to make connections or use these loops. So always make sure you have quad meshes. By quad meshes, I mean these rectangular shapes meshes. Maybe 3. Yeah. And let's see how was the connection. Yeah, between this one. Maybe I can add a loop, Swift loop here. Connection between this part and, for example, this part. Make a bridge. Make it smaller like this. And yeah, this is how it's look like. In previous example, it was a bit in bottom of shape, but in the middle of shape, I can maybe, because I choose this position, remember I said that was a bit further and I put it a bit in the bottom, so I can't make a connection between, for example, this part and like here. So there is not really big differences. And shall I make a connection also? And yeah, select these edges, move it a bit height. And I would like to have a connection, for example, between these two, although there are, or add another shift loop here. Select these parts, move it like it, and yeah, make a connection between this one and this one, and this one with this one, and another loop, for example, here. To see how we can make another connection. Let's see. I believe we need to have something here to have a balance between these connections. Maybe I can add a loop here and then a connection like this. No, not really. It's too interesting. Or use Swift loop, add a loop here. And make a connection here. Let's see. This one a bit better. Or I can select these edges, move it like this, and then use this polygon and this one and make a bridge and another Swift loop here. So I can use scale. This one a bit better. Maybe. That's good. And some other connection between these two legs, these two arms. So select this polygon and this one and bridge. There is a problem maybe. So back it, open this bridge, use a specific polygon, select first edge and then second edge, and yeah, it is much cleaner. And make another loop here like this. And remember guys, in my background that was a view like this. This connection was initially, these columns are the connection between these two legs here. In previous example, I make like these connections, and the view of this render was here. Camera was here and look at a tower. We work on a tower a bit later. And yeah, make another maybe connection. Between, for some reason we don't have that much polygons here. Let me make a connection between this one and this one. And some here. There are two small, but I can select two of them or three of them, and this one, and then make a connection. Not that much problem. And then add a Swift loop in both sides. And then I want to add some power for our project, for our design, and go for more details. I would make another save. Maybe I can back here, select these edges, and move it a bit like this. Yeah, it's much better to have less this part. And even if you want to make a whole like a flower pot here in your design, you can make a bridge between two polygons of a similar shape, and see we have these holes. If you want to have something like this, for example, and then of course we have access to change them more. Just as an example, what we can do here, and consider it has another base room, and I want to make something like this. Just that was an example how we can make a hole here. No, or totally forget it. And right now I want to make a tower, for example, from here. Put turbo smooth off. I would back to this edit poly and add another swift loop like here and another here. My tower gonna start from these 4 polygons. Select them, extrude, delete these polygons, select the border, make sure use the scale to make them straight. In this z-axis, it's actually z-axis, but here called y. You can put it on this word to see the exact name. It's z-axis, and then shift and move. We have these 2 towers, and back to edges, select them, select Alt, press Alt, and get rid of these edges. And for example, I can make something like this here, and make something like this here. And let's see the result. We have these towers. I can still back here. So easy to work around them, without any effort. You can change these shapes, or even you can make a bridge again between them, but it's too frequent if I want to add another bridge here. Let's back and select these 2 edges, put it like this, select a loop, press scale, maybe some strange towers. And I want to make a pattern on these towers. So I can select these polygons, these tower polygons, and detach them. You see, guys, I have my main shape and these single polygons here. I can select these 2 modifier after edit poly, copy, select this, and paste them like this. So there are not any gap between this tower and this geometry, because they have similar modifier after this edit poly. You see, same iteration of turbo smooth and same symmetry. So we don't have any gap. And I did this part because I want to, let's say, add a bit swift loop here, like 3 times, and some here, like 2 times, and some other here. Yeah, to have shape like this. Well, there is a problem with. Let's see what was the problem. Use this loop. For some reason, I made a mistake, so I did it again. Yeah, this time much better. And I want to change this pattern. We have something. Let me add another edit poly. We have something like generate topology, and I can change this topology array, these orders, to some shapes like this, which is maybe more interesting. And then I would select polygon and press Ctrl and A to select all the polygons. We have something like this bevel, which is a sort of extrude and insert at the same time. But I want to put my bevel in this by polygon ways. You see, which makes them separate. And it seems really odd. Maybe I can do it like it is. But these patterns, this is beautiful pattern to be honest. But maybe some of you like to have another way of patterns. Let me make it. Delete these parts. We have a strength pattern like this. But I don't want to make this honestly. I will put it here as an example. Make edit poly out of this. And back here. And let me, back here. Delete this edit poly. Yeah, we had something like this. And my move selection is now not on my geometry because it make an average between these two geometry and put it like here in the middle of them. So I can use this effect pivot only and put center to object. Yeah, which is better. Then back here at another edit poly, make this pattern like this, but this time after turbo smooth. So if I do a bevel and put it on by polygon, you see, this time we have these smaller, minus 0.1, for example. We have these smaller polygons control. And if I want to make it more, I can use scale. I mean, make more insert and put it on local. And then, for example, I want to have 50% insert, type here. And to have similar, 50%, something like this. This is more, common panel rather than this one that was really big parts and was a bit unknowing. So I can now delete them. Press X. We have another modifier called delete mesh. And then we have these patterns. Maybe after that, I like to put a shell. And have a thickness for our pattern. Whether I can do it outer amount or inner amount or make it less. And then I would do a copy of this geometry, put it on copy. And all the time we make a copy, we should put this box on copy. I mean, there are several options, and make sure to choose this copy in every time you use these clone options. Instead, for our class, we just only work with this copy, and these two are different usage. That is not for our use, at least for now. And yeah, basically we have two similar shapes in the same position, so I can back it because I want to have this interior wall. See, we have a pattern and we have this interior part. Maybe I can add another shell. But this time not outer, but inner. For having this wall in the interior walls. Then we can give them a material like a glass or something. This is how basically we make these towers. And then I would like to add more details on our geometry. For example, in our previous example, you can see these lines and these more patterns. I would cover some of them, and we are going to have a break time and back for a render. So for now, let's do some details and then some patterns. Let me back here. Consider we finished our process, and now I want to add a pattern here, for example. Add another edit poly. I can call it, for example, pattern. Remember, guys, we have something like this. Maybe I can put the pattern after symmetry because it is a post-process stage of our design. So I can select them easily. All those parts that I assume to have a pattern should select it. And you see, it is much easier to select before the turbo smooth rather than after that, because after that we have a lot of polygons and it takes forever to select those polygons separately. And for example, I want to put a pattern here. Let me check something. I can select these polygons. And here we have something in polygon called polygon materials IDs. Give it an ID like 10. That's our ID. And back here, after turbo smooth, add another edit poly. Turn polygon on. Back to this ID. Press select ID 10. And it selects it again. I mean, without using this strategy, it is really hard to select polygons after turbo smooth. But by using this strategy, you can easily select the same polygon positions, but the more number of panels of polygons. I mean, consider we don't have this way, and after turbo smooth, we have just edit poly, and it was really hard to select all of them separately by one by one. Sorry. So I use this strategy to select all of them, much easier. And then, like the previous example, but I can't change this topology, because if I change topology, then all the shape topology would change, which makes some problem. Whether I can detach this part or or mm, or leave it with this topology as it is. So I use a bevel, put it on by polygon, give it a bit, yeah, inner extrude, and make something like this. Okay, maybe a bit less. And I can delete them, maybe, or not really, not that much interesting. So what I can do is let's back here. Select these polygons, detach them, add a turbo smooth with only one iteration to have something like this, and or two iteration, and change its patterns. Add edit poly and change its patterns. Yeah. Then add this bevel. And of course, you can use Grasshopper if you are a Grasshopper person. Export these meshes and use Mesh Plus or other plugins to design a pattern here. Yeah. Put it like this and use this SK and give it like 50% for the pattern, and then delete these parts and use another turbo smooth. Sorry. Yeah. To make it something like this. And of course, I can add a shell again. Yeah, to have thickness for our surface. And I can even put this shell before this turbo smooth to have this different shape of our pattern, or even more iteration. Yeah. And let's continue our work with adding some extra details. For example, I can back here. Let me delete these two. Sorry. I can add another edit poly here. Select polygon. Sorry, select edges. I can select this edge and make a ring selection. You see, it's gonna select all edges in the same ring, and then press Ctrl and back to polygon. So we have a selection like this. And it's another way to make a pattern of our selection. Consider back to these edges. I select one edge here and another edge here. And for example, another one here and here. and then make a loop, sorry, make a ring and press Ctrl. Then I have all these edges selected. I don't want to have this, let's say, this whole ring, but I want to have only in our surface. So what I can do is, somehow make another edit poly before turbo smooth and delete this connection for a while. Let me see where is the problem. Yeah, select the polygons. If I delete these parts, for example, like this, then add this turbo smooth, then add edit poly and delete this one. Back to these edges, select those edges that I need, this one and this one and this one, for example, and make a ring. Oh, it's again selected this part, which was not my target. I can use this ignore back facing and deselect them maybe. Yeah. And press Ctrl to select polygons. Deselect these two. And this one. Yeah. So I have these rings, and I can again make a pattern for them. Maybe this time I would use another way. Let's detach them. Yeah. Now I have them separately, so I can use bevel, make a smaller number like this. You see a thickness and a bit like this. You see, guys, have something like this. And again, if I add a turbo smooth into both geometries, I mean these empty, these let's say this minus thickness, these parts, and this base geometry. Press X, add another turbo smooth here. And another for these. Then we have this smooth connection between them, which is interesting, at least in my eyes. And remember that you can back here, use this edit poly and add, use edit poly. Sorry, where is the problem? Yeah, and add a swift loop. To have more straight corners. Yeah. And also for this one. and see the result. This one, these are more straight corners, and we have these all beside each other. You see, it's more interesting. And another thing that I can do back here in Edit Poly, or after this Turbo Smooth, add another Edit Poly, add some of these edges. Sorry, these edges. This one, for example, this one, and this one. And yeah, and let's show you another way of selection. I want to make a pattern for our selection. I mean, remember guys, we have, if you are another, again, a Grasshopper person, in Grasshopper, we have something like a call pattern, which makes a true false selection. I mean, we have, for example, 4 polygons, and I want to say, select this polygon, don't select this one, and again, select this one. In Grasshopper, we can do this rational with something called call pattern. And in 3ds Max, we have a tool for this selection orders, which is this modify selection. We have basically a selection dot, which makes the unselected part. If dot gap is on 1, means select this one, leave it as it is, and select this one. And so I can use this dot ring. Yeah, you see, it's easily select all of these borders with the same rationale. I mean, select one, deselect one, select one. And if I want to put it like 2 steps, I mean a true and 2 false, and again a true, if consider it's like a call pattern, I can put it dot gap on 2 and do again. Yeah, this one selected, leave it this 2 one because dot gap was 2, and select the next one. And then I can use, let's say, a loop to make all these shapes selected. In some parts, it's a bit more. And I can create shape out of our selection. And let me, yeah, this is the shapes that we draw, so easy. And this is not really a problem because we had like a dot gap too, and it makes a loop, a loop selection. And in this part, we have a lot of edges has been selected in beside each other. I mean, it was follow these 2 dot gaps, but in some parts have a problem and make more selected. Maybe we need to change it manually. I can hit unselected, and yeah, this is our curves. And quickly I can come to editable spline, which is like editable poly, but for our spline, and delete these ones or these ones to decrease the number of these splines. Yeah, maybe something like this. And then press X. With tyFlow, we have something like tySpline measure. Yeah, this is our tySpline measure, and give a thickness to our splines. And I should hide this. Yeah. Yeah. This is our shapes. And if I want to have them also in these parts of my geometry, it's really easy. Use a symmetry. Select them, add a symmetry. Sorry, select these splines. Maybe add edit poly, and basically it makes them as a poly. That was a spline and tie spline measure, and again makes them 3ds Max poly and use a symmetry. You just need to make sure that has the same symmetry plane, like here, and use this flip. Yeah, to make sure that everything is same. And this is another rationale of making these lines on our geometry. I believe I cover most of parts of this modeling. Just need some repetitive work to make more panels or more connection. We can continue this process, but it takes time. I believe we can go for a break, and after that we will back for rendering stuff. So I would save it, and yeah, basically I already prepared this rendering scene. It takes a bit time to open the file. Yeah. And this is our cameras. You can see the origin file is almost the same as what we already do. It's already done. These connections and these patterns, same rationales. And yeah, let's have a 10-minute break and we will back for the rest part of class. Please let me know if any question or anything. Is there any question, guys? Are you there? Hello? Great. Thank you, bro. Sure. Yeah, you will have the video files definitely. Just check the website and there is, I believe, a description how you can access the video, or you can ask this question of Michael, and he definitely. Thank you, bro. Thanks. So let's have a 10 minutes break and we will back to cover rendering stuff of this model and then have more interesting parts with tyFlow. Thank you all. Yeah, sure. Goodbye for now. Hi guys, I'm back. Are you there? Yeah, great. Shall I continue? Great. Great. So let's start by doing renders. And Corona rendering setups is really easy. There is not really a big deal. I remember previously in V-Ray we had a lot of options to make a good render, but here it's much easier. Basically, I have a render setup which have my access to render setting with this output size. I can identify these weights and height of my render aspects. If you're in your 3ds Max scene, you press Shift and F. Sorry, Shift and F. Yeah, you have this frame. We call this safe frame, and it's your camera frame. You see, right now it's really hard to zoom in this object. And to solve this problem, I can select my geometry and press Z, which means zoom expand. And now I can orbit around them much easier. For orbit around the object, I press Alt and mid mouse button. With this mid mouse button, I can orbit around the object. And bear in mind, if you have a lot of objects in scene or a large scene, you definitely need to select the object and press Z, which is zoom extend. Then you can orbit around that object. Also, we have some icons for doing this, and I never use personally icons, but however, this is the icon for orbit around the object. This mini circle icon here. With using this icon without using any hotkeys, we can orbit around the object or press Alt and middle mouse to orbit. Another worth mentioning hotkeys is press Ctrl and Alt and the model button to zoom extend or zoom in or zoom extend. And I assume that you can find many of these hotkeys here. Control Alt and mid mouse button. So this save frame size, we can use this image aspect here. For example, if I put it in another aspect, you see this ratio gonna change. And it is up to you to choose your image aspect according your design, according your camera and else. Yeah, you see some eccentric, let's say, safe frame. And for me, I put it on same weight and height for this example because I wanted to use them for promote my webinar and Instagram. Yeah, usually use these rectangular aspect. So I put it like same weight and height because I wanted to share them in Instagram. And there is another point that how I can put a camera. For example, I have this view and I like to make a render out of this view. I can press Ctrl and C to put a camera. And you see guys, here our perspective view turned to physical camera by press Ctrl and C. Again, of course, we have icons and objects, but using hotkeys is much easier as what I did now. Press Ctrl and C and put a camera here. And we have a camera and we have a target for our camera. So if I click here, select camera target, and press W for move it. Basically, I can change my camera target, something like this. Yeah. And I can back to select camera, go to modify. I assume in a 3ds Max standard, you have a lens degree like 45. This is a real 3ds Max lens, but this lens didn't give me much information. And for this example, I like to have a wider lens. I mean, if you are familiar with cameras and these different lenses, the wider lens you have, the more space you would cover through your camera. So I can increase this degree, you see guys, to have this result. For example, you see this one, there is not a lot of distance between the camera position and this tower, and it is almost impossible with having a standard 45-degree camera to have that result. I mean, consider this is our position. I want to come to this position, and it's really hard to put my view here. I can draw a small box here and then press Z to zoom extend on it. You see, in this way, I can change my view like this. No, it's really hard to get a good view of this tower, because tower is really near our position. And yeah, although I try it a lot, I can have a lens like this, because my camera lens is like 45 degree. I can put a Ctrl C, put a camera. You see my perspective turn to camera here, and come to modifier. Make sure to select camera. And here I can change it again. That was like 80, I believe. You see, by changing this lens, we can have, although if you do it more, it's somehow its perspective gonna be a bit wrong, but it's the way that you can have more space to cover in your camera view. I mean, so then select camera target and move it. Maybe I can press P to back to perspective, and my camera is really not in good position. And I want to select this camera, and somehow it's frequently just select these meshes. I mean, it's really hard to select this camera. I can use a filter selection here, and come to these cameras, and then 3ds Max gonna just select cameras. So it is much easier to select my camera. In this way, I can divide my view in two parts. There is a layout, and I can say this view be in perspective. Press F3 to have this view, and this one should be to camera. Press F3, and I can change the camera position, and at the same time I can see my camera view, and then select camera target, move it a bit. My target gonna be this tower, and yeah, for example, something like this. Maybe I like to check the other column, this other space, so I can select the camera and move it here. You see, guys, this is a almost perfect frame for me, and I can still change the position of camera to see a better situation. And don't forget to press Shift and F for this safe frame. to make sure that you have a right view of your camera. And yeah, back to camera target, move it a bit like this. And I can make my view like this. And the next part is texturing the object. I put a simple cement on it or simple concrete on it. Press M for material editor. Basically, 3D Max have different way to put texture on your object. The most easiest way, use this UVW map. Let me turn it off for a minute. Well, and let me make it. You see, without this UVW map, my texture are not really perfect. And how we can add a texture? It's really easy. Add a corona material. We have diffuse, reflection, reflection, and any other these editors are usual in any rendering software, like this reflection, refraction, and some extra maps here like bump, which stand for displacement material, but 2D displacement. We have a displacement, which is a 3D displacement, and a bump is a 2D displacement. And I want to add a diffuse color, so I can come here in this maps. We have a general and a corona bitmaps. I add this corona bitmap, and basically it's asking me for my texture position. You can download from different sites textures or buy different those texture packages. I already have some textures. Let me go in my texture. Yeah, these are my texture packages, and let me use one of them. Yeah, these are some concrete textures I used for our project. And it is really important for a good render to have a good texture, which means it should be enough. It should have enough pixels. I mean, although I make zoom on it, it still have a clear view. You see, this photo size is really too big. Let me show you. I assume we can see in details, like six, like yeah, 6,000 to 6,000, which is a really big size photo. And we can make sure that we have a good texture by using this diffuse color. And you know, guys, in a real world, we don't have this much of clean texture. So I want to make it a bit dirt. We have some dirt textures. To use it, I want to add a composite material. Yeah, composite. And in this composite material, we have different layers. Some logic like Photoshop, and add another layer. Put this texture in composite layer 1 and add another corona bitmap. Let me to bring a dirt texture if I can find it. Sorry. No, I have some dirt texture here, and you can find them easily by searching in internet or using some websites for different dirt textures. I would add this one maybe, and yeah, put it in layer 2 and change it blending mode like Photoshop. You see, this is our composite result, and I can decrease its opacity. Yeah, we have some dirt on our base concrete, and then I will give it to our diffuse to have more realistic result. Also, bump works with a rational between white and black color. So to have a better bump, we need to have a more contrast between white and black color. I would add another editor, another material slot. I can't remember what we called these. However, I use another map, yeah, called the map. I use another map is color correction. I add this color correction here, add our base texture. If I have a colorful texture, then I can put it on this monochrome to make sure it's a black and white texture, because bump works with black and white textures. And of course, we have contrast here. I can add this contrast. You see, this is our base concrete, and it's after color correction. I can work around these parameters, and you can make a lot of test renders to have realistic render. I'm personally not looking for have that much realistic render, so I can add this bump here. And yeah, this is a simple rationale of my textures. I want also maybe add some reflection, although concrete does not have any reflection, but I can put a reflection level like 0.6. You see, let me use another color because it's not that much visible. Yeah, to change my texture, I click here, and on these modifiers, use this load map and use this darker concrete. You see, guys, this is our reflection. If I put it on 0, then we don't have any reflection. If I put it like 1, we have much reflection, and we have this personal IOR to increase our reflection. All of these parameters have their own definition, and you can do a search to get better understanding of these parameters. And there are a lot of YouTube videos to better understanding of them, but for our project, I don't want to go that much in detail. Just make sure that concrete does not have reflections, so this glass news makes blur, makes our reflection blur. So I change this number to have a result like this, or also this one. I can decrease this one also. And we have also the bump. So I will give you to this one to our geometry and have something like this. I need to make these problems solved. So add the edit poly, the UVW map, sorry. So, and it is a good idea if you remove all of them, because in rendering stages, you can have separate file like my example, and come here, use this convert to editable poly, and yeah, remove all those parts because it takes a lot of your computer RAM to have all these previous stages. So with this edit poly, I don't have those stages, and it's only a mesh, a polygonal mesh. And I can press X, add UV W map. Yeah. And our texture are in this geometry. I can use the gizmo to change its scale. You see, guys? And then I want to add lights. I already have some light. Let's turn them off. I come here, my filter selection, and put it on lights to select all my scene light. Make sure to turn off this gizmo, and then we can select. Yeah. Or I select all my lights. I select all my lights and make a new layer. Let's call them light. And yeah, put them in this new layer and turn it off because I want to make some new lights. And yeah, this was geometry, this was shapes, and this is lights. In the lights, we have categories of chronolights, and basically chronolight and chronosun. Choose this chronolight. We have different light shapes, a sphere, rectangle, and the rest. Put it like rectangle. It gives me a warning that you want to draw an object in hidden layer. So let me back to default layer and then draw in my light. Press E to rotate it, and yeah, move it like this. And let me make it a bit bigger. I select my light, come to modify, and it's my light modifier. It has an intensity and some weight and height to check my light size and its intensity. The best way of checking my light is again using my camera view. And what I can do is come to render setup. No. Let me open render setup, and there is a lock. I can say right now we have a physical camera 006, and I can lock this view for our render. If I don't like this view, let's see what happens. We have this scene, and yeah, we have something like a start interactive render. Without lock our camera, in each view we are, it start to do render. Sorry, let me clean its mind. I will tell you what I do. This is currently our view. There is nothing visible because the camera has a level of exposure. Let me select my camera. Yeah. This is my camera exposure, and I can change this number to manipulate the lightness. You see, it was on number 6 in default, and I can back to my light and give it more intensity. Yeah, you see guys, right now it's start rendering through this view. And if I click here, start rendering through this view, I want to say to 3ds Max to render this view all the time. I mean, even I'm here, you should still render this view, this camera view. So back to render setup, and yeah, make sure to lock your camera like this. And I can now move my view without changing my rendering, my interactive rendering position. So I can check different light scenario and change its color. You see? And even add some more lights. Another corona light, for example. Put it here. Change its color. Like a blue color for this one. Move it a bit like this. Let's see how it works. It is still not any effect on yeah. Yeah, you can see these let's make it blue. This blue color comes from this light, and I can check different lights in my design with using different lights and changing around them. This interactive render is too fast, and I can easily check my different, let's say, and check easily my different scenario. And for the sky, I can use whether a color or a photo. Let me show you. There, press number 8, and here I can change its color. Sorry guys, I'm gonna back soon. Sorry. Yeah, I back. So this is the way that I can work around different lights and see different positions of my lights and use this map for my background. Just come to render setup. Yeah, here we have a scene environment. Basically, it's single map, and you can put it on 3ds Max setting. Then it is our 3ds Max setting. So if I change this color, it's gonna change, but because we have those minus exposure number, we can't see it. So I can increase my environment to see. Yeah, it is intense. It is environment intensive number, like the light intensive, and put it more to see the real color. And what I can do next is change the color if I want. Like a blue color or whatever. It's a way to change background to change environment color, or we can use HDR lights. I assume you are familiar with what is HDR lights. Let me, apparently we have a problem here. Yeah, the problem is my light has an intersection with my geometry. So it looks like this black, this black shadow here. What I can do, come to this light, make sure disable this visible directly, and turn all these checkers off and make another test in this region. The problem is partially solved, but it still has some sort of shadows. So I have to change its position like this. So there is not any problem with these light and building intersect. And this is my render. I have some problems here. Let's show you. Some parts are really not good textures. Let's check where is the problem. You see here, you can easily see these problems. I can back and select this one. The problem is my UVW map is on planner, but I have a 3D geometry box. So I should put it on a box to solve the problem. And I can put all weight, length, and height in a same number. Although texturing is really deep, it's a really deep topic, and you can spend years to learn texturing, use different plugins, softwares. But I want to just show you a quick way to make a render, not go that much in depth. Just use this UVW map for now to make a decent texture. And let's check it again. Is it better now? Yeah, that's much better. You can see the texture is much better. And in case you have a webinar and at the same time you want to make a render, you can press Ctrl-Alt-Delete and bring this task manager. I want to make sure that my rendering process doesn't make any problem for my stream video. So I can select 3ds Max, and maybe I should come to these services, or these details, select 3ds Max, go to set to this modifier, I don't know. And here is my CPUs. I don't want to use all my computer CPU for 3ds Max, and I can turn off one of my CPUs and say it to don't use this CPU for my rendering process, which makes it which give me this thing that I don't have any problem with stream as long as doing render. Maybe 2 CPU are not in 3ds Max. And back here, again, do an interactive render to see the result. It takes a bit time. And we have another category, this post, which give us some factors to work with our scene. Basically, it is like something like this. We have a contrast factor. I use it much. yeah, to make it much better. You see, without contrast, I have a scene like this because this environment light was too much. I can decrease it or working around with my different lights. But without contrast, it's really hard to get a good result. So I come here, add a contrast, maybe less like this. And you see this texture was really easy to make, but it's really high quality because the main texture was good enough. I mean, remember that was a large size photo that we used. So our result is really perfect texture without doing many changes. And after this contrast factor, we have LUT, like Photoshop LUT, that are preset different lights and color. You see colors and light presets that you can check in your work and see different results. I usually spend time to check different presets to see which one is better for me. Or maybe I like this one or this one. I'm not sure. Maybe this. And we have a saturation. And you know what is saturation? Saturation gives color sharper. Maybe only a less amount of saturation or a minus amount. And also we have these filmic shadows, filmic highlights, which you can check to see what it works, how it works. Yeah, thank you, Ro. And there is nothing more to mention for this part of presets. I have also some bloom angular, but I will show you in another part after doing particles. And when we want to render particles, I will talk about this bloom angular. And to bring this light mix, you should make sure after adding your lights in the scene. Sorry. Yeah, after adding your light in the scene, come to render setup, this scene category, and check this setup light mix, click on it and generate it. It is help you to have those after rendering light setting. I mean, I already pressed this generate light. So we have this list of lights without doing another render. I can work around with these different lights. See, and check different outcomes of them. And let's delete these lights I add here and turn previous lights on and go to one of those previous cameras like this one. And yeah, I haven't access to these new lights setups here in Lightmix. So I need to back in render setup and use this setup light mix, generate it again because I changed my light scene scenario. I mean, add some new lights and delete some previous lights. So again, setup light mix and start is interactive. It's too quick. The light numbers are really a small amount, and so we don't have anything to see. I can increase them. So basically we have some view like this and can work around with my lights, you see, and check different light layers to see which one is better for me. Yeah. For example, this is a scenario of our lighting. Or I can delete this, I can turn this one off, and let's see which one is our main light, and increase this one even much more, yeah, to have another lighting techniques scenario. And playing around these different layers give you different possibility of your lighting, or make it too much and remove the all rest. This light makes a lot of noise because it is under another geometry, and somehow it produced those noises. Using denoising techniques also really help us to have a good quality render in a faster pace, in a faster speed. We have this denoising, and if you want to use this AI denoising techniques, your computer graphics should be NVIDIA GPU and should be updated. I mean, if you search about it, you can understand how it works, and it's really help you to have a faster rendering. So make sure to come to scene denoising and use one of these denoising techniques. Or if you have Intel CPU, you can use Intel AI. I'm not sure about different other graphic cards does have this AI denoising or not, but NVIDIA and Intel both have some sorts of denoising, yeah, tools. And then after we are happy with all of my process, I can use this render instead of interactive render. Right now, I just show you these interactive renders, but for making a real render, you can use this key, this icon, and it takes a bit more to prepare our scene. Because it's the right size, I mean, the size we already mentioned in our render setup, and give it enough time to make render. Maybe I can add some extra lights. But it is still a bit time. It needs a bit time. To faster process, I can make a region and we look at this region only to see our render. Yeah, you see how it's gonna doing rendering in this bucket only, in this region only. And then I can playing around these lights again. Well, maybe this one is better. And yeah, this is the rendering process in a nutshell. I mean, in briefly, that was a lot of worth mentioning points on rendering, texturing, and doing this stuff, but we don't have that much time to go to deep to renders. You can search in YouTube and find a lot of rendering, Corona rendering videos. It is almost for free. You can learn corona rendering professional level almost in free by using YouTube videos. So I can stop it here and go for my next webinar stages, which using particle system, the part I really like to show you guys. So let me save it in another different part. And yeah, jump to second part of our class, which is using particle systems. Any question? Is it boring or interesting? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, guys. So I will continue. Yeah, we are going to start tyFlow, Adrian. Thank you. This is, let me add a new tyFlow and use, hide them. This is our 3ds Max scene. Yeah. And thank you all you guys. Thank you. So right now I make a simple plane and I should put it in a default layer. Press X, draw a plane. And basically for using tyFlow, we need to bring it in our scene. It has an icon like this. Create geometry and adding this tyFlow. Go to modifier and open this editor. It's all a tyFlow tools and yeah, it's a tyFlow canvas. I mean everything we work with particles we put here, and our 3ds Max scene are only for visualizing. Basically to have a particles, and there is a difference between particles and points, guys. Point in its geometrical definition have a certain position in the space. I mean, it has X, Y, and Z position, and let's show you. You see, oops. If I draw a point, sorry, this is a 3ds Max point. It's looking a bit strange, but however, it's a point. And here it has X, Y, and Z. You see, I can move it and change these parameters. What tyFlow doesn't have, what particles doesn't have a position in the space, they are depend on other particles or geometry or shape to produce. So basically, we need to have a geometry or a shape to burst particles. Through these green icons, we can burst a bunch of particles. The most useful one and the most simplest one is this burst. By putting this burst here, it has its own modifier, the number of tyFlows, and the time these particles gonna burst. So basically, I don't have any particle, even though I have this burst. Maybe I have just this small pixel here. We call them, here is a display, and I can change their size. Yeah, I put it on large dots to see it better. It's one only particle. Let me back the plan. Yeah, and I want to, let me change its color. I want to produce my particles on this plane. So use this position object and pick this plane. Yeah, my particle comes on this plane, and right now I tell to tyFlow make 200 particles in frame between 0 to 120. It's my timeline from 100 to 120. I can configure it and, for example, back it to 100. Yeah, you see, guys? If I scrub the timeline, you can see our particles being born. Let me make them bigger. Yeah, these red points, although we can't say them points, but let's say them points. These points are going to burst through these 100 frame, and I can say to tyFlow to burst all my particles in frame 0 like this. And like any other, let's say, and like any other these sort of node-based workflows, I never can say select my particles by mouse. I mean, in the 3ds Max scene, I can select them, but I can select my plan, and by moving this plan, my particles also gonna change accordingly this plane. Yeah, this is a basic understanding of how particle burst, and then I'm gonna add a force for them to move them. Since I can't use these moving system, I need to use a force to move them. For example, I want to move them in this x-axis. I can give built-in wind and put like a power this x-axis like 1 and y and 0 and z to 0. Yeah, x-axis is 1 and these two other axes is 0, and then I need strength. See, this is my x-axis, and they are going to move per frame according their strength, like 0.6 centimeter per frame. In these forces, we can talk about exact distance or exact number of their movements. Just a brief, just approximately number. I mean, you can say here is, for example, 10, and here is 10.6. Just have forces and have a time to move according this force. And in this way of moving is really boring for us. I want to add another force, which is noise. In many these generative sort of modeling, we use noises to make changes in our movements. And these are most famous noises: Perlin noise, Kerr noise, and Terp noise. Kerr noise is a much stronger one. So let's put it on Kerr noise. And yeah, give it an strength. Look at this. Right now, they're gonna move in x-axis, but with these chaos movement because the noise. And I can make a shape through their trail, I mean through their movements at this spline path, and create new. See, guys, we have some curves out of their movements. Let me to remove this strength, x-axis strength, and see with a noise they move like this. So chaos, I can decrease this scale to make it less crazy. See, the less scale we can have a better control on we can have less crazy movements of our type of our particles. And consider I want to add another rule, which is I want to say not any particles gonna go below this plane. I mean, consider this plane is my ground, and I don't want any particles go below this plane. So I can add another blue modifier. This blue modifier stands for, actually we call them operator, not modifier. It's my mistake. Yeah, these are operator, and this one is event. We put operator in event to make changes in particles. So add another operator, which is limiter, and select this plane, copy its z-axis number, come here, we have something like limit position, and minus z gonna be the plane position. So you can see right now, not anyone can go, I mean, over this plane. Maybe I can copy this plane, a certain plane, another plane, and yeah, rotate it like this, put it here. And I want to say not any particles can go over this plane in this y-axis. So copy this and back to tyFlow. There is a y-axis limiter because the arrow icon is here. It means this place is minus and this place is positive y-axis. So I want to say not go further, so I can put this y number here. Yeah. You see, even if I move it like this, there is no particle over my, sorry, select this plane, move it like this, but not any particle can go over because the rule we put here. And of course, we have a lot of other rules to imply to our particles. We have in all these sort of, let's say, generative designs, we have some if expression. I mean, we can put some conditions for our particles and say if this condition is true for you, then do another changes or use another operator. For example, these yellow ones stand for our conditions. I can add a sphere right here, like this, and give a condition which is object test, put it here, and it asks for an object. I pick this sphere, and you see it has some output. I can add another event, like this event 002. I connect this one to this event, and yeah, there is our if condition, and the condition is if any particle is in distance less than this number of this sphere. Maybe I can add this. And let's see. Yeah. You see, guys, some particles gonna change its color because they are, let me put another color. this yellow and big pixel, large dots. These yellow ones are true in our condition, in our expression. Let's say here we call them tests. Yeah. And of course, I can make an animation of this sphere to move like this. For example, I can turn on this auto key and put it on a certain position and move it. You see? And they are going to move through this time and make these particles color change. And then I can give them another operator. For example, I can say, if this condition is true for you, then you need to have a shape. Yeah, use a shape here. Put it like a cube shape. Come here, mesh type, and put it like cube and geometry. Let's make it a bit bigger. This is the size, and I can add its scale. Yeah. So if you are in this condition, then you get a shape like a cube, and I need also you have a physics shape. Put it here, and of course with a physics you have gravity, so you are going to fall down. You see, guys? And I can also press shift and control and sorry, not control, press shift and move this icon also here. So I have also some curves out of my second particles, these fall particles. And basically it's irrational how tyFlow works with different operators and forces and conditions. And there is another important, before going to our examples, there is also another important factor, which is timing. For example, I have this force, right? And timing is uncontinuous, which means from time 0 to the last time we have this force. But consider for some reason I want to start my force from frame 8. So I have these other options. For example, this event age, I can put it a certain range. For example, say start in frame 8, and it means frame 0, nothing happened. Frame 4, 6, 7, 8, and from this frame 8, it starts to imply force on our particles. You see, right now there is not any intersection between my particles and this sphere, so there is no particle that's gonna have a true test. So nothing in this event by changing our force. This is the basic rationale of how we can move our particles. So let me turn off this example and go for our project. I'm gonna design something like this for this stage. Yeah, some these curves and these movements and how we can make these geometries. Maybe this one is beautiful render. And back here, oh, let me back to my tyFlow. Save it. It takes a bit time to save file. Put another sort of burst, which is burst voxel. Put it here, and yeah, I'm gonna pick this box. And if you are familiar with voxel, maybe I had, sorry, I would select this voxel. And if you are familiar with voxel, meaning voxel is something like pixel in 2D images, but voxel works in 3D. So you have a 3D grid of your geometry like this, and we have a voxel size. The less voxel size we have, the more resolution we would see on divide our geometry. For this example, I'm gonna put it in a less number, like 25, and pick this another box. Basically, all these voxels in a same burst, so there is no difference between these voxels and these ones. And then I like to add a force here. For this example, I would add a purling noise and give it like a strength, like 2 strength, and decrease the scale. Let's see how it moves. Like this, yeah. And then let me add this spline and create new. This is our voxels movement, which is not really good. I want to make them in certain angle movements. So I need another operator is speed. Yeah, these blue ones are for controlling forces and particles movement. So speed is here, add speed. And through the speed, basically it has a direction. If we use this random 3D, you can see all particles gonna go in random position. I turned off my force, purling force. I can turn it on and see these two effects together, or turn this speed off and see only our noise, or turn these two on to see these two together. Yeah, and through this direction, it has something like discretize, which means have a certain fields of movements. And in this discretize, we have angle step, which helps us to have a certain, you see, a certain direction according to this angle step. But you see, after adding more frames, it is still like the previous one. I mean, too crazy. So what should I can do? I can back to this timing and make sure my speed is on continuous, which means on any single frame, I like to see my speed forces implied to our movement. You see, if it was on, if it was in an event entry or intry, yeah, then it was only works at the first frame and there is nothing with our process. So I put it on continuous to make sure in every single, in every single movement we have this speed effect. Back to force, and let's give it a more power, more strength to have more of this sort of changes. You see, if it was like 3, that was still too straight, but I like to have more like this sort of change direction. So I put it more number, and back to speed, we have something like magnitude, which is our speed force. I can increase it as well. And see our result. And again, I can say it to not go over this plane. Select the plane, select this Z, use limiter, add it here, use this limit position, and put it here. And still I need to add another speed right here. For the first one, we have operation like set velocity, but I want to add this second speed to previous speed. So make sure to use this added to velocity instead of set velocity, and timing on continuous. And then you can use different, maybe decrease its number. And then you can check different direction to our particle movements. I like to go with this inherit previous, something like this. And you see, guys, it is still too crazy, at least in my idea. So I would back and increase the number of voxel size, which means we have the less particles, like these particles. I want to use them as a vector and add another group of particles to follow these positions. Let me hide this to see it. Yeah, that's gonna be our vectors. Our more particles, gonna follow these positions. And even I can put it like a bit more. Yeah, that's good. So we have this one, and I can select this spline, come to 3ds Max modifier, and with this tyspline, we have a tools to extract spline. And right now it is a 3ds Max spline, not tyFlow spline. I mean, it's not tyspline, but editable spline, which means it is a 3ds Max spline. So I can turn it off and add another burst voxels. Let's unhit our previous geometry as well and pick this one and this one again. Yeah, I mean these two boxes, and I have more particles in this time. And I want to add a new operator, which is pass follow. These splines work as a pass, and I want to say to particles follow the nearest path to themselves. So let me add this path follow, put it here, and pick these splines. See, somehow they are trying to follow these paths, but because these paths are really crazy, they're gonna lost. So what I can do is use this distance to shape and use the custom min and max to make sure that my particles follow their own path in every single step. And then let's make sure timing is uncontinuous, and let's check it with the previous example. Yeah, we have a follow velocity. I can increase the number, and I can decrease this max distance to a certain amount to have more changes through these movements. You see, guys? Let me preview. It's how they start to moving, and after some second, they are stopped because this position gonna finish. If I have to longer pass, I can back one step. I mean, delete this spline, turn it on, and give it more time to produce. To adding more time to my timeline, I press Ctrl and Alt and right click. You see, then I have like 125 frames. Or come to this time configuration and put the end time in the number that you like to have, like 200 frames. And yeah, we have more time to go over to have something like this. And by having this, I can back here, turn it on, and make sure to have editable spline out of this process. Yeah, this is editable spline. And so I can turn off my previous tyFlow event and use this new event, add this pass follow, pick this spline, and yeah, and then do those changes again, put it on custom min and max, give it a more number and give it a more power. And let's see how it works this time. It's gonna go too fast, you see. After only 14 frames, we have finished all this distance. So I can use this slow operator, and yeah, give it a percentage of a slope. Right now is not that much fast and more controllable, or I can use this pass follow velocity and put it in a less number. Maybe this one much better. And then I like to have some spline out of my particle movements. Make sure to put your time scale on 0, then add operators to avoid any cache or problem with your computer. Create new, and then move these frames. You can use a number here to see these movement results. And I can see them as a mesh. It is again so organic. I don't like to be this much of organic splines. I like to have those. Let me change this color. It is even worse. Yeah, I like to have the rigid angle again. So back here, let's make sure to turn off this real time. It helps you to have a faster process during work with tyFlow. I mean, press this time configuration and check this real time off. And let's see the result. So what can I do is back here, open my tyFlow, add another speed modifier. Where is it? And yeah, this is our speed. Put it just before our slow and discretize and make sure our timing is continuous, which means in all the frames we have this speed discretized. And yeah, it somehow limited our movement, so I can remove this slow and give it more velocity. To see it in a faster movement. And so copy this speed, paste it here again, but put it on inherit previous, like our previous example. Put it inherit previous, inherit previous. And let me turn this one hide. Yeah, this is our process result. I can give it more frame to move, like 100 frames. To have a result like this. And tyFlow and spline also have those symmetry power. As our previous example with polygonal modeling, we have seen how we can expand a geometry by using symmetry logic. So I can turn it off, come here, press X, add a modifier called mirror, spline mirror, like this. Yeah. And it takes a bit time to add. You see, basically by having different these spline mirror, we can have different results of our spline shapes. To have more impressive look, let me put our background color in black. It seems better by a black background. And I can turn this off, select this mirror, and yeah, move it. Give it a few seconds to compute it. And we have a flip. Use this flip. To see the result. This is our geometry result. And if I make a quick render view of it, you can see it seems really interesting. Let's put a light here. And make a quick render. Select light, come to modifier, make sure to disable this visible directly, and order this checkbox. Basically, I would have a result of like this. I can go here, come here, and check, turn off this fast preview denoising. And maybe change my light position like this. Give it more length. Yeah. And change its color. And add some contrast. Thank you. And this is not the end of our process, of course. Just looking at how we can make shapes of these particle movements and have a result. But some of you are gonna have problem to make these splines like it is. Again, let me give you an example of Grasshopper. If you want to make pipe mesh in Grasshopper, it takes a lot of time to produce for a lot of curves. So maybe you use Cocoon on Dendro if you have a lot of splines to make geometry out of them. Thanks, guys. Is it possible for the splines to become the lights? Of course it is possible. I will show you just right now. I want to make a light out of my splines, so turn it off, bring my material editor, and yeah, we have not maps but materials. This corona light MTL, and give it to this. Let's have a region to render. And And I believe we should increase this light number. Maybe, oh yeah, it takes a bit time. It's too much. Put it on 2. Change this color. It's a bit hard for software to produce it. Let me stop it and do another interactive. It takes a bit time. Let's do it again. If 3D Max can compute it, I will be really appreciated. Yeah, this is somehow we can give a light to them and we can increase the number. It's like a yellow color right now, but adding maybe this bloom and glare effect, we have more sense of light from these. Yeah, you see, but it is really hard to make lights through these shapes. Instead of doing this, I prefer to give it, let's say, simple color to these splines, but instead of those lights, I would use my particles as a sort of lights. I mean, remember, I can add a shape. What I already do to my previous example, which we used for promote this class. You see, guys, these are particles and give them a sphere and give a light to this sphere to make these lights. Yeah, it is possible. And those random selection also needs a bit, a bit thinking. I mean, it's really hard to select by one splines, and I would prefer to add a shape, put it on a sphere. Of course, I like your idea and I get your idea totally. That's really amazing. And it's a bit too heavy. And put on a sphere. Where is the problem? It takes a lot of time. Yeah, I want to say another way to make a much faster workflow throughout these particles, these splines, because right now we use something like pipe meshes, as I said, and it really takes time to compute all these meshes instead of doing this. So let me turn off these shapes because it really takes time. And I need to recompute this. Grasshopper gets a bit crazy. Great. Yeah. Let's have it. We were on this frame. I mean, right now it's really heavy geometry. Even for me, I have like 32 computer RAM. It's for movements, it's not really heavy, but for doing some more changes, it's gonna be heavy. You see, I can move it really easy and even rendering it's really easy. But if I put a light or doing extra changes on it, it's gonna get more time. So what I can do is back here in tySpline and extract spline again. Let me hide this tySpline. We have a spline like this, right? Come to tyFlow, add another burst, which is burst spline, and pick this splines. Give it a few seconds. Yeah, display, turn off the preview particles display, and all we can see right now is this burst spline particles. Put it like large dots. Turn this spline off. Yeah, it is our particles out of those paths, and we have a simple interpolation and a normalized interpolation, which makes a same distance for all particles regardless of curve curvature degree. I mean, look at here, guys. If I put it on simple interpolation, then particles gonna be more on those places have more curvature and less on those places have less curvature. But I want to put it on normalized to make same distance for all my particles. Then I want to make meshes out of these particles. So basically I can give it a specific name. We have another operator, which is particle groups. Put it here. Give it a certain number. Why it takes time? Let me put it on frame 0. Give it a certain number, like number 4, and add another modifier, which is tyFlow time measure, and we have, if you already again familiar with grasshopper, cocoon, or dendro, we have something like voxel size and radius. I mean, each of these particles are gonna make a mesh around them, and with voxel size we have the resolution of these meshes, and with this absolute we have radius of those sphere gonna produce around these, let's say, particles. So for now I will give it a more number for voxel and radius. Radius should always be more than this resolution, and pick this tyFlow. I can back to my tyFlow and turn this display off. The result is not really good for now, so I can back to burst spline and increase the number of particles to have better result of geometry and even more. So right now have these meshes out of our particles, which is much more lighter than our previous meshes. Those spline meshes was really heavy, although that was maybe a bit more beautiful. I'm not sure which one is more beautiful, but it's another sort of making meshes out of those movements. I can decrease these voxel size and increase these absolute number. We have again some subdivision techniques here, which we called filter, voxel filter. For example, if I Gaussian or mean, which are, let's say, famous subdivision techniques in these voxel modeling, put it on mean, and you see they are have a sort of mixture together, and we have some mesh let's say mesh topology like this. And it's really, really lighter than the previous one. And let's see, we can have a variation to have different voxel size in different position to make it a more organic, and with these more of these changes values. Or I can put it on Gaussian to destroy it somehow, or give it more resolution. And again, the more resolution, the heavier file. As far as I know, Houdini works really good at these voxel size resolution. I mean, 3ds Max can't go under a certain number. For example, I put voxel size on 1 centimeter and it almost crashed. It's really hard for 3ds Max to even produce these 1 centimeter voxel size. But for example, in Houdini, I believe those VDB nodes have a smaller amount of voxel size without that much problem. Maybe it is something that tyFlow still needs to work to compute resolution faster. And I make something like this with decrease the voxel size and decrease its radius. Which is more organic than the previous example. And again, we have some problems because we give it a less number. Maybe I can back to tyFlow and give it a more number of particles. It takes a bit time. Hopefully it don't crash. I like to see your chat, but I afraid to lose the file. Yeah, this is our result. And finally, we have a bake extract mesh to make a mesh out of our process. And after producing the mesh, I can remove this time measure to make file again lighter. Yeah, this is 3ds Max mesh, not tyFlow mesh. Again, it's editable mesh. And it's, as we said, it doesn't have any problem. And yeah, we have this result. Let's make a render of this and see the difference. The light one was too heavy. Hopefully this one is much faster. Yeah, this is nice. Let me decrease this flow. And you see, guys, we have some separated files because we put it in a really less amount of resolution and less amount of radius. So they have some, these distances between them. And I can use this LUT again. Let's see if, that's good. That's nice. And stop it. So I already, let me remind you something else. This is all the process that we have still here in 3ds Max. If you want to do rendering or adding these results in another design, make sure to delete all these splines because they have a lot of vertices. If I turn on these vertices, you can see each particle movements make one vertex for these splines. So these files are a bit heavy. And if you want to do some polygonal modeling beside these tyFlow results, make sure to delete all these previous stages before going to next steps. But I like to give a tie-spline measure here as well to have these two sort of results beside each other. One using tie-spline measure and another one using these, let's say, volumetric modeling. So this is our two results. And remember, I can add those symmetry and yeah, I don't want to do it again because I afraid that computer crashed. To expand these geometries, and let me select them and make a new layer, put it layer 2, for example, and turn these off, and also this one. Yeah, I already worked around base geometries. I mean, for this example, we had only two bugs beside each other and then add the particles on there. So consider you can have different base geometry. I mean, remember, we have this first voxel and we use these two bugs. So in your own, you can check these particles with different shapes and different geometries. And I've done the same. I have some output here, all coming from this similar, this similar process, but changing the force amount and changing the base shape. You can see this alien machine here, and all of them made by these voxel and particle techniques. And just this, and I then bring them to another file. I mean, this file. Surprisingly, there is nothing, just output of this process. An easy process to follow. Then added them some workflows, some results together to make a whole design project, whole concept design. Let's open it to show you. It's ridiculously easy. There is nothing more than results of this process. Yeah, my 3D Max crashed. So let's have a 10 minutes break. Then I open the file and back to you because I need to open my 3ds Max. Yeah. So I will back by 10 minutes. For now, I'm gonna stop sharing to solve the 3ds Max problem and back to you. Hello again, I'm back. Sorry for this problem. And yeah, 3ds Max usually doesn't have a problem. The problem was because we opened several files and just move around those files. I believe the problem was not for the file size. I mean, it's not a really heavy file. If I back here and give you properties of this file size, it is not really, yeah, only 132 meg. I mean, it's nothing really a small size file, but because we move around the different files frequently, it gets a bit problem. So you don't need to be worried if it's work or not. And what I like to show you this process, this design. Let me turn this off. Basically, it's totally similar process, but using different shapes and changes these radius number to make these different outputs. Yeah, one of them are this, and this one is completely a mirror spline. And yeah, you can see all the process here. I put a tyspline measure. Before that, I have a tyspline mirror like this. Let me show you guys. This is a spline mirror. And before that spline mirror, I had another spline mirror. You see, by adding different like symmetries, but this time spline mirror, I make it in another shape. And before these two, I again use a twist. Remember at our first example, we get understand with these modifiers like rational and yeah, how I can put them in a way like this. And this was our main tyFlow result. I had this one and then imply these modifier to it to have a final result like this project. And this one also has a same tyFlow and without those twists and those extra mirror, just one mirror. Yeah, just this. But I like to show you something else. You see this one, guys? We have some box and this tyFlow and how they can make a geometry together. I mean, right now we learn how we can add particles to splines and how to add particles to our shape. Then I want to make a shape like this, which is a mixture of these two together. Let's make it together. I don't want to go for talk about rendering of this one. There is nothing special, but putting some lights. If you have any question about this render, this project render, then please ask me and we can talk about. And if you don't have any question about the render, we can go over some other modeling techniques because there is really nothing special for rendering part of this project. I mean, same render setup as our previous example. And not that much changes in these parameters, but adding more lights to have different light scenario, as you can see in these final results. By using shadows and lights and contrast between them, we can make a sense of mysterious among these splines. Have some parts darker and some parts lighter, which is appealing to people to see the sort of contrast and playing with different light colors. Maybe if I add some people here was even more interesting, like this is a structure in the ocean and someone walks here. I would go for it a bit later. And for now, let's do it together. So I select, for example, this part and these two boxes and hit unselected. We have a structure like this. Let me move this box here and this box here and make another copy. Yeah. Then I can rotate it. So easy. Add another tyFlow. Sorry, I I drink a bit water. And open editor. Yeah. Select this tie spline and turn this tie spline measure off to have these splines. Then I can use this burst spline and pick and then turn it off or hit selection, I mean, and give it normalized interpolation, give it a less number. And yeah, I like it as it is. And for these three objects, I use this first voxel, pick these three parts, and hide these them as well. Right now, I want to have a time measure that covers these two sort of particles together. In case that you like to do something more crazy, you can add a force here again. Yeah, with a curl mode and put it less noise scale and with strength. Maybe something like this baby form. And then I want to make a geometry of these two together. So what should I do is, let's put this here. And yeah, add a particle groups here, put it number 2, for example, and press shift and move and put it here with the same number. So make a group with these two bunch of particles, the same group. And back here, whether press X, type time measure in the search box, bring this time measure, put it here, and yeah, go to modify, pick, and make sure to put it on number 2, these tyFlow particle simulation groups. And there is not that much sufficient result. I need to have maybe more particles, or especially for these boxes. Back here, I can turn this display off. Sorry. And yeah, put it like 5 more grid we need. Or 6. You see how they work together. Let me make display off. And in this connection, we have the funny connection between these two. And I would add a bit voxel size, like 3, and put it on min voxel filter. And give it a bit more radius. To have these crazy different sizes, but we have small problems here again. Back to our first spline, put it at 0.2. That's gonna solve our problem. And let me do something else. I can stop this calculation by using this key here. So all my simulation disabled. And yeah, oops, that was our spline. And this is our boxes. Yeah, I want to move these boxes a bit like this. This is much better. And if you want to have these empty spaces, you can add some edges here. And let me show you. Add edit poly. Use this swift loop. One here, another here, and yeah. Select this. Oops, we have a lot of let me back here and put it on one. Then add edit poly. And yeah, bridge to make empty. And these works together because the sort of our copy mode was instance, which I didn't talk about it. Remember, I told you we have a copy, and another sort of copying an object was this reference. I mean, here that was on instance mode. So once I make this hole here, it also implies to it as well. So back to our tyFlow, everything is procedural, so easily I can turn it on and see the result according to our new object. Just I need to unhide my tyFlow, unhide by name, and yeah, select our tyFlow. Oh, sorry, I should unhide my tyMeasure. Unhide by name, and yeah, this is my tyMeasure. And unhide it. Then I can hit this one. And this wavy shape is because of those forces that I already employed. And yeah, basically it is a way that I used to make something like this. What I can do next is working around with these voxel size. For example, put my radius in less number and also my voxel size to have less thickness. And it's a bit critical to how we can make a smaller voxel size as well as have enough particles. We need to add particles again to have the correct result, but let me go a bit less. Yeah, this one seems better. Then let's extract this mesh. And yeah, put it aside. This is 3ds Max mesh, and this is TiMeasure. So I can remove this TiMeasure, and I can do another crazy stuff, which is add another TiMeasure here and pick my final result. You see, guys? And this time it's has a more stronger meshes out of the process. And what if I put radius number below this resolution number? For example, put it 2.2, as long as my voxel size is 2.5. Let's make it a bit. And let's see what I can do. Yeah, these a small, these small empty spaces, which is a sort of affecting our object. Maybe it's somehow funny to have these patterns and these small holes in the object. So I can go it on 2. You see, really nice patterns, at least in my eyes. And these, all is beautiful. And let's have a render out of this process. Press M, give it this black color. And go to render setup. Where is the render setup? Yeah. Come to scene and use this start interactive. Let's see if I have any lighting. No, I need to add some lights again. So come here to lights. Let's stop it. Stop this render process. And use corona light, a rectangle, draw this light and rotate it a bit like this, move it here, and see a bit perspective view, not a front view, to have all my shapes visible. And I hope we can have a better result right now. Nothing. Let's change its colors. And stop it. Add another light here. Press E, rotate it. Put a view. So I can back to my render setup because I add two light and again need to set up my light mix, generate it, and use this interactive render. I need to add more light power. I don't like to see this, so make sure to turn off this visible. And yeah, this is our result. Check it, have contrast and check different these LUTs. I can change a bit this material. We have this sorry, this let's translucency or something like this. This is a sort of transparency, but let me show you. Maybe it's too much. And give it a second, a minute. You see, make it a bit transparent, and then we can see these interior parts, which is a sort of interesting results. I can give it a more. Let's give it enough time to compute. Let's make a certain region to make it a bit fast. Yeah, this transparency a bit slow, but worth it. I mean, this plastic shape that can make by using this transparency are really interesting. You see here. Let me change my light power and turn it off. This is my exposure EV, something like what we had in camera. If we put it on -6, it's like Corona camera. And if, yeah, you see, we can change different exposure amount here and work around with exposure and light power to make different scenario of our life. It takes a lot of time, but you see, I believe it somehow is visible how is a plastics form are interesting. And these inter parts, you have a black shadows of them, which means like there are stuck in a jelly substance. These parts that are in our main shape. If we had enough time, that would really awesome render. But sadly, we don't have that much time to see the result. So I have to stop it. Yeah. Yeah, stop it. That was an example. So let me save this file and go to our last example. Let's put it a name. And the final example is this one. Let's see how we can work for this one. And and let me, I should hide some process and then show you again. Basically, this is our particles. Let me make this previous off. I make a simple, edit poly geometry like these two tower, and then put a voxel for them. So easy, so straight away. Yeah, and let me turn this off. put it on large dots. Yeah, again, we have a limiter with a certain Z limiter. Of course, you can come to shapes, and you see we have two different types, 2D meshes and 3D meshes, a list of different meshes. And if you want to have your, of course, there is a lot of options that you can check them, like these. Like these stone shapes. And then if you want to have a custom shape, we have, for example, I make like a custom shape here. And I want to give it to my work cells. Then there is another parameter, reference node. You can use this reference node and pick your object. And a bit crazy because the matter of a scale. Crazy but funny. So back to this scale, put it in less amount. Oh, sorry, I put here in frequency. The scale is here. I can decrease it like 100. Let's put in clay mode to see better. Yeah, you see, and even less scale. And consider you don't like to see they have intersection. You see right now there are a lot of intersection. Then we have get understanding of particle physics. We have another node which calls particle physics, and usually using physics is really tricky. I mean, forces and shapes and these blue operators are really straight away, but physics have more functions to do. Let me put this particle physics here. Hopefully it can help us. We have a collision radius, and put this collision radius on shape radius. Then we don't have any intersect because they have their own physics, and consider them as a solid geometry. So we can put them beside each other, but still we have some problems, some intersect, and as I said, it's a bit tricky to understand why we have these intersect against, as long as we put it on, let's say, physics. We have some other techniques to solve this problem. First problem is that we don't have enough segments on our meshes to have a more exact calculation. I mean, where is the face geometry? I can't find our base box. Yeah, that was our base box. I can press X, add a modifier called subdivide, and then you see by adding these more segments, the shape has changes a bit, because right now 3ds Max can produce these 3ds Max can compute it much better, and And it's a sort of aggregation. I mean, we have some nodes and they have in the space and get aware of each other. I mean, have a conscious about each other. So it can be a basic understanding of aggregation techniques, but we don't have something like writing a rules here. If you want to, for example, have a rules to how these particles can behave relating to each other, then you need to use some coding techniques. TyFlow has a node for writing codes. Let me this script, and it's really advanced levels of using TyFlows and these particles behavior, which is out of our class. But by using our operators, we have still some, let's say, modifiers to work around these physics. Physics as itself have these friction, stiffness, and other parameters which makes changes on it. So I encourage you to work around them to see if you can make different results out of these, these positions, these array according their, I mean, how they can work together. But for now, let me turn off these physics and back to this shape and use a 3D shape as a sphere. And I believe I should add a scale. Yeah, that was something like this. Then the function is the same of our previous samples, but this one is not neat. Yeah, a force to a speed, but this time I use this absolute instead of discretized. I mean, I have one discretized, and after that I have absolute to change its movements. And yeah, let's see the result. And shape basically come from this node, and yeah, this is the result with the same function and just add these spheres. And to have, you see right now, I can select these splines because of these spline paths, but I can't select these spheres. So I add another operator, which is mesh. Give it a few seconds, and yeah. And yeah, for now, I can't select them again because we have a checkbox like render only, which means we can't select it, but we can see them in the render. So don't forget to add this mesh for your particles geometry if you use this shape. And if you want to select them inside 3ds Max, then you should turn off this checkbox and give it a minute. Sorry, the number of spheres are too much and it takes a bit more. Yeah, right now I can select this sphere as well. Yeah, this is our spheres. out of particles position, and this is our spline. So I want to use this extract spline. Give it a second. Sorry, my computer get a bit crashed. Yeah. So let me use, oops. Yeah, let me use this tySpline measure, cut it, and I can turn it off. This one is our editable spline. I can turn this enable rendering in viewport off and put this tySpline measure to have something like this. And then I want to extract these meshes and back them in 3ds Max geometry. I mean, these spheres right now is a tyFlow shape, but I want to back them a 3ds Max shape. So do a right click and put it on editable mesh and use these elements. Remember, guys, these separate meshes I can select by using elements. I want to make a random selection but not by using tyFlow, using my selection. These are different 3ds Max selections, let's say selection ways, selection region maybe. I mean, if a rectangle selection region, then it's select like this, but I can put in this, let's say, paint selection region. So press Ctrl and do some random selection out of a sphere's position. You see, I like to have a less sphere at the bottom and more sphere at the top, like this render. We have more in the top and less. At least I wanted to make less in this bottom. Maybe here is too empty. However, do some random selection. This selection gonna delete. Maybe something like this. Oh, too easy. Delete them. And back to these spheres. I can't change these scales, this size, because I bake them, let's say bake them to editable mesh. As long as they were in tyFlow, I can easily change their size or scale or whatever their shape. But after changing them to editable mesh, it's much lighter in computer process, but it's impossible to change these, let's say these modifiers, these features. So press material and use these corona lights. To remember, we have a maps and material. Use this material and use this corona, and we have a corona light. I already have a one here with a 6 intensity and orange color. And let me give it to our spheres. And back our view to default. You see, guys, they have this color, and I can change our spline's color as well to something like this. And yeah, that's going to be something like this. Let me come here, render setup, and start interactive. Let's have a region. And you see they have a glare around these. Let me make it a bit bigger. So where is the problem? That color gets changed. Let me stop it and check my light color. Put it in white, and this one also in white. Sorry, it gets a bit crazy. Start interactive again. This is our yeah, that's a Christmas tree. But right now I have some problems. I don't know why. That was the light. Yeah, this light was turned off. And still we have some lighting problems. Let's check if there is a problem. Yeah, we have this spline and these. Well, there is not any problem. Maybe I should turn this one off for a minute and do another render. Yeah, that was the problem. It's fine right now. Just give it a few minutes to compute all these stages. Maybe I can change this color lights to blue, a dark blue, to have more contrast between yellow and this dark blue, and give this tyFlow light more power. And back here, open this bloom and glare to make a highlight effect over these geometries. That's too much. Our Christmas tree is prepared, and you can use it for your parties, your events, and wherever you want. Yeah. Let me some lights also in this part. Shall I change this color as well? Thank you. Thank you. I really like to see what you can make with these techniques, and yeah, share your results through Instagram and tag Design Morphine and I to see your results with these techniques, and both tyFlow and polygonal modeling. That's gonna be really great to see your works. Thank you, thank you. That's kind of you. That was not really great workshop, but the next time, whenever comes to you and said, yeah, sure, but my computer is not that much power to make these light animate, you can search in YouTube and see how you can animate particles, and once you have animated particles, you easily can put a light on them. Thank you, Adrian.
Hey, is this the end?
Yeah, this is the end, and let
Ending
me
it
stop.
with the Christmas tree.
Yeah.
Really cool stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah. Does anyone have any questions?
3D print or any of these models. I believe 3D printing is a bit tricky. I mean, maybe you can make those volumetric modeling using voxels modeling to make some 3D printing. Otherwise, with these meshes, I'm not sure that it's possible to make a 3D print of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Does anyone want to ask any question on the camera, microphone? You can raise your hand, or if you're shy, you can ask it just in the chat. Yeah. Well, this was great, Amir. It was really nice for me. You don't see much 3D Max.
Thank you. Briefly, I try to show you all 3ds Max possible. Of course, it has some other tools, but this is the most powerful tools of 3ds Max so far.
We have someone that wants to come on here. Let's see. Let's bring them here. They're coming in. Adrian is coming here. Adrian, are you there? You could turn on your microphone or camera.
Oh yeah, sorry. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we hear
Oh
you.
yeah, yeah. It's really a pleasure looking how to tweak 3D Max. Sorry, my cam is not available right now.
It's okay.
Yeah, but
Amir, you
anyway,
can come on camera if you want.
no,
by the
no.
way.
I mean, I have my
Ah,
laptop up. I'm with my tower. But sorry. Anyways, but really great workshop. I mean, like really challenging to take 3D Max into its limits, and it's really nice seeing how you can tweak and go using all the workflows you've been showing. It makes me really like amazed and blow mind how you've been using exactly in the part of 3D Max the steps of in the editing tool, and it was really nice. I mean, like
thank
amazing.
you, Adrian. That's kind of you.
I mean,
Actually,
you don't have to be bothered about the composition, because normally post production takes a lot of time on rendering and check things. So don't be
yeah,
shy on if we couldn't see like an outstanding render. The main thing is the technique, how you show it. It was awesome. I mean, like I
yeah,
really appreciate it.
yeah. Thank you. That's kind of you.
Yep.
Actually, rendering, as you said, it really takes time, and you need to do a lot of render tests to
Yeah.
end up with something,
Yeah.
better.
Yeah. But really very nice. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you,
all.
bro.
Thank you for joining, Adrian.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Let's see. Uh, anyone else wants to come on? If not, we'll let Amir go rest after this wonderful webinar.
no, I'm fine. I'm totally fine. We can continue.
Don't tell them that. We'll be here all day. Hopefully, we'll get another one from you in the future. It would be really nice.
Thank you. That's kind of you. Actually, I really like to see what guys can make with these toolbars. I believe because many of you have not any previous work with 3ds Max, you would have some problems to use these tools. So feel free to ask me through Instagram. If you have any question, just give me a message and I will help you to have some results. It's really important for me to see you have I mean, you have at least one result out of this webinar. It's not like a TV show that you can come and see these TV series. You definitely need to produce some results. So yeah, feel free to work
Yeah,
around these tools and ask me questions if you have in your own journey.
yeah, you gotta get in there and play with it.
Yeah, sure.
All right, well, I think we should end it, and yeah, we'll have the recordings and all that, and yeah. So let's end it, and thank you so much again, Amir. Thank you everyone who stayed until the end.
Yeah.
um,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Michael,
and
for all you do during this more than 2 months. We were in connect to make this webinar. That was really awesome. Thank you.
of course. Okay. See you all.
Goodbye. Goodbye, all.